Hey legends! Welcome to Gringotts Hub. Buckle up for today's story. What if Harry used the Potter-Black-Slytherin-Merlin rings to purchase every magical government in the world? A like and subscribe goes a long way. Now let's jump in. Chapter 1, The Weight of Four Names. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, which Harry felt was deeply unfair. Tuesdays were supposed to be boring. Tuesdays were supposed to be the day Uncle Vernon watched his programs too loud and Aunt Petunia reorganized the spice rack and Dudley ate cereal directly from the box without milk because he couldn't be bothered. Tuesdays were not supposed to be the day your life cracked open like an egg and something enormous climbed out. He almost didn't open it. The envelope was black, not dark gray, not midnight blue, but the kind of black that seemed to pull light toward it and keep it. No stamp. No owl had carried it. It had simply appeared on his pillow sometime between when he'd fallen asleep and when he'd woken up at 6:30, lying there like it had always been there, like it had been waiting for him to be old enough to read it. The wax seal on the back was unlike anything Harry had seen before. Four crests pressed into it simultaneously, overlapping, interlocked, a stag, a dog rampant, a serpent coiled around a staff, and something he couldn't quite look at directly, something that seemed to shift between a pair of open hands and a door and a flame, depending on the angle. Every time he focused on it, it became something else. He broke it open. The parchment inside was warm. Not from body heat, not from the morning sun, warm the way a hearth is warm, deep and intentional. The handwriting wasn't any one person's. It changed mid-sentence, sometimes mid-word, looping through four distinct styles as though four different people had written it together, at once, their hands overlapping on the same quill. Harry James Potter, it began, heir by blood and by choice to the most ancient and noble house of Potter, heir by adoption and blood right to the most ancient and noble house of Black, heir by magical lineage through the maternal descent of the Evans line tracing to the house of Slytherin's cadet branch, and heir by the Merlin Compact of 793 AD to the legacy of Emery's. Harry stopped reading. He read that last part again. Then he set the letter down, walked to the tiny bathroom across the hall, ran cold water over his face until he felt human, walked back, and picked the letter up again. You are hereby summoned to Gringotts Bank, London, for a reading of estate, a claiming of lordships, and an accounting of debts owed to your houses by institutions, governments, and individuals too numerous to list within this letter. You are asked to arrive at your earliest convenience. The vault has waited 1043 years. It is patient, but the time is now. The rings will not wait much longer. They know you're ready. We hope you are too. It wasn't signed. Or rather, it was signed 4 times, JP, SOB, SM, E, in the 4 different handwritings, stacked on top of each other like a cord. Harry sat on the edge of his bed for a long time, looking at the window. The Dursleys' garden was very still in the early morning. A pigeon was doing something stupid on the fence. The sky was that particular shade of pale gold that only existed for about 20 minutes before it burned off into ordinary blue. He thought about Sirius, who was alive, barely, by the grace of a curse that had misfired and a potion Dumbledore had administered at great personal cost, and who was currently recovering at Grimmauld Place under Madame Pomfrey's care, which meant he was furious, bored, and technically prohibited from leaving his bed. He thought about Hermione, who was probably already awake and reading something dense. He thought about the Department of Mysteries, and the Veil, and the way the world had almost taken the last person who made it feel livable. Then he thought about the letter. He packed a bag in 11 minutes. Getting to London without the Dursleys noticing was, by this point in his life, almost embarrassingly easy. He waited until Uncle Vernon's snoring reached its full tuba register, tucked Hedwig's cage under his arm, shrunk his trunk with the last of the emergency magic he'd been hoarding, and walked out the front door like he owned the place, because he was beginning to understand, in a bone-deep way he hadn't quite processed yet, that he owned rather a lot of places. The night bus came when he stuck out his wand hand. Stan Shunpike was still working it, still looked vaguely confused to be employed, and still charged him 6 sickles extra for the hot chocolate that Harry hadn't asked for but accepted because it was 6 in the morning and he hadn't slept well. He was in Diagon Alley by 7:30. Gringotts was open. Gringotts was always open. It was one of the few genuinely reliable things about the wizarding world, Harry thought. The goblins did not take holidays, did not close for Quidditch finals, did not shut their doors when the Minister of Magic asked them nicely to be discreet about something embarrassing. They were money. Money didn't close. The marble steps were cold under his trainers. The guards at the door gave him the usual imperious once-over, which Harry had long since stopped being intimidated by, and he walked through the bronze doors into that grand, echoing hall of vaults and ledgers and goblins who were very busy ignoring the humans around them with an almost artistic contempt. He walked to the nearest teller. "Harry Potter," he said, before the goblin could arrange his face into its standard expression of barely concealed disdain. "I received this." He laid the letter on the counter. The goblin, whose brass nameplate read Sharp Blade, looked at the letter. Something happened to his face then. It wasn't quite surprise. Goblins didn't do surprise, exactly. It was more like a recalibration, like a very precise instrument suddenly having to account for a variable it had theoretically prepared for but practically never expected to encounter. Sharpblade picked up the letter with both hands. Sniffed it, actually, which Harry found odd until he realized the goblin wasn't sniffing it. He was reading it with something beyond his eyes, tasting the magic in the parchment the way a sommelier might taste a wine. "One moment," Sharpblade said, and his voice had changed. The contempt was still there, that never fully left a goblin's voice, but underneath it now was something that sounded almost like respect, which was so startling that Harry genuinely didn't know what to do with it. Sharpblade disappeared through a door behind the counter that Harry had never noticed before, though he suspected it had always been there. He waited. Several witches and wizards moved through the hall around him, conducting their morning banking with the efficient anxiety of people who suspected their money was always slightly less than they remembered. A young goblin swept the floor near the far wall and stared at Harry with enormous golden eyes until an older goblin hissed something at him and he looked away. Sharpblade returned in 4 minutes, accompanied by a goblin Harry had never seen before. This one was old the way mountains are old, in a way that had nothing to do with wrinkles and everything to do with the density of time behind the eyes. He wore robes that probably cost more than the Dursleys' house. His hands, folded before him, were absolutely still. "Mr. Potter," the old goblin said. "My name is Ragnarok. I am the director of Gringotts, London." He paused, as though giving Harry time to appreciate the significance of this, which Harry did. "We have been waiting for you. Please come with me." They went deeper into Gringotts than Harry had ever been. Not through the cart system, that was for ordinary vaults. Ragnarok led him through a corridor Harry was certain hadn't been there moments before, cut from black stone that had veins of something gold-green running through it like circuitry, pulsing faintly with each step they took. The air changed as they walked. It got heavier. More present, somehow, like the air in very old libraries or very old forests, the kind of air that had been breathing alongside history long enough to remember it. The letter mentioned 4 houses, Harry said, because silence made him itch. It did, Ragnarok agreed, which wasn't really an answer. "I knew about Potter and Black. Sirius, my godfather, he made me his heir when he thought," Harry paused. "When things were uncertain. And I've known for a while that the Evans line had magical ancestry, though nobody ever told me which line." "Nobody knew," Ragnarok said. "Or rather, those who knew chose not to say." "Dumbledore?" Ragnarok's expression did something small and complicated. "The director chooses not to speculate about the motivations of deceased wizards." Harry filed that away. "And Merlin." "The Emery's Compact," Ragnarok corrected, gently but precisely. "Not a house in the traditional sense. More of a bequest. A condition written into the foundational magic of the modern wizarding world, that if a witch or wizard ever emerged who carried all 3 bloodlines simultaneously, they would inherit Merlin's legacy by default. It was considered theoretical. A mathematical impossibility he'd apparently calculated wasn't quite impossible enough. He wrote himself a loophole, Harry said. He wrote himself an heir, Ragnar said. Whether you choose to honor that framing is, of course, entirely up to you. The corridor ended at a door. Harry had expected something dramatic, runes, fire, a guardian. Instead it was a plain wooden door, dark with age, with a keyhole in it. No handle. Just the keyhole, and below it, carved into the wood in letters so worn they were nearly invisible, for the one who is all four, and is still, somehow, just one. The vault key is not a physical object, Ragnar said. You are the key. Harry looked at the door. The door looked back at him, which doors weren't supposed to do, but this one managed anyway. He pressed his palm flat against the wood. The warmth hit him first, that same warmth as the letter, the hearth warmth, intentional and deep. Then the sensation of something reading him, not his thoughts but his blood, tracing backward through every generation he carried like a reader running a finger down a long, long page. He felt Potter, the quiet dignity of it, the stubborn goodness. He felt black, wilder, angrier, funnier, a kind of freedom that had always lived in the blood even when the people hadn't managed to find it. He felt something older and cooler and more precise sliding in alongside the others, very Slytherin in the way it didn't announce itself but was simply there, had always been there, the sharpness in him that he'd always assumed was just survival instinct. And then the fourth thing. It didn't feel like a house or a name. It felt like standing outside on a clear night and suddenly becoming aware of how much sky there was, how much sky there had always been, above every roof and every cloud and every ceiling he'd ever hidden under. It felt enormous. It felt like a door opening inside him into a room he hadn't known existed but recognized immediately as having always been his. The wooden door swung open. The vault was the size of a cathedral. It didn't look like Gringotts usually looked. There were no mountains of gold coins, no towers of gleaming treasure, no jewels heaped in corners like something from a storybook. This vault had shelves, floor-to-ceiling shelves carved from the same black stone as the corridor, and on those shelves were things that made the air around them shimmer, books sealed with living fire, instruments Harry had no names for, correspondence tied with ribbon that glowed in shifting colors, property deeds rolled in cases of spelled glass, and, in the very center of the vault on a plinth of black marble that looked like it had been there since before Hogwarts existed, 4 rings. They were nothing like what he'd imagined. He'd thought they'd be dramatic, gilded, encrusted, the kind of thing that looked important because it was trying to. These were not trying. The Potter ring was silver set with a dark red stone that had a stag worked into it so subtly you had to tilt it to see. The black ring was gold, heavy, with a rampant dog in raised relief and a stone so dark it appeared to eat the light around it. The Slytherin ring was the oldest looking of the 4, green-black metal with a serpent that seemed to move, slowly, if you weren't watching. And the 4th, the Merlin ring, was something he genuinely couldn't describe adequately. It was there and it wasn't. It caught your eye without catching light. It was the color of old power, which is not really a color at all. Harry walked to the plinth. He didn't hesitate. He'd learned by now that hesitating didn't make things less terrifying, it just gave the terror more time to set up furniture in your chest. He picked up the Potter ring first. It settled onto the index finger of his right hand as though it had been sized for him specifically, which he supposed, in every meaningful sense, it had. The warmth that moved through his hand and up his arm was familiar, like James Potter's hand on his shoulder, though he'd never felt it. Like the stag Patronus. Like something that had always been waiting to come home. The black ring went on the middle finger. This one hit differently, a kind of wildness, a freedom and a grief wrapped around each other so tightly you couldn't separate them, which felt exactly like Sirius, and Harry pressed his lips together and breathed through his nose for a moment before he was ready to continue. The Slytherin ring went on his right ring finger. Cool. Intelligent. Patient in a way that felt foreign against his natural instincts but settled against them surprisingly well, like a second voice that finished your sentences differently than you would have but not, he was startled to realize, worse. He picked up the Merlin ring and held it for a moment. Ragnar, standing at the entrance to the vault, had not moved or spoken since they'd entered. His eyes, though, were very much on Harry. Harry slid the Merlin ring onto his right pinky. The world did not explode. No choir of angels. No lightning. No dramatic transformation. What happened was quieter and more profound than any of that. It was like tuning a radio. Everything, his own magic, the air of the vault, the ambient enchantments woven into 3 floors of ancient bank above him, the distant pulse of Diagon Alley beyond the stone, all of it suddenly came in clearer. Sharper. As though he'd spent his entire life listening to the world through a wall and the wall had just come down. He could feel the debts. That was the only way to describe it. He could feel them the way you feel pressure changes before a storm, 1,000 points of obligation, financial and magical and political, tugging at the rings on his fingers like strings on a puppet that had finally noticed it had a puppeteer. Centuries of it. Deals made and called due and renegotiated and buried and forgotten and remembered and reburied. Money lent to kings. Enchantments sold to governments. Secrets kept at a price. The entire architecture of the modern magical world, and threaded through it like load-bearing wire, the debts owed to houses Potter, Black, Slytherin, and Emery's. The British Ministry of Magic alone owed enough to make his eyes water. He turned to Ragnarok. "The accounting you mentioned," he said. "I want the full version." Ragnarok smiled, and it was the particular smile of someone who has been holding a very large piece of information for a very long time and is finally allowed to hand it over. "Of course, Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin-Emery's," he said. "If you'll follow me to the conference room, we can begin. I should warn you, the documents fill 6 rooms." "Then we'd better start," Harry said. They started. The conference room Ragnarok led him to was nowhere near as grand as the vault, which Harry found he appreciated. It was a working room, a long table, chairs, gas lamps that burned blue-green, and 6 doors set into the far wall that Harry realized, with a lurch of something between excitement and nausea, were each labeled with a region of the world. British Isles, Continental Europe. The Americas. Asia-Pacific. Africa and the Middle East. Miscellaneous. The miscellaneous door was the widest. Ragnarok settled into a chair at the head of the table with the ease of someone who had conducted 10,000 of these meetings but never one quite like this. A younger goblin, introduced simply as Goldthorn, appeared from somewhere and began arranging documents with the mechanical efficiency of someone who had been organizing this particular meeting for a while and was extremely ready to begin. "We'll start with Britain," Ragnarok said, and opened the first folder, "because it is the most immediately actionable and because, I'll be honest with you, Lord Potter, it is the most embarrassing for the parties involved, and I have looked forward to this particular disclosure for a considerable time." Harry almost smiled. "You don't like the ministry." "The goblins have never successfully liked any magical government," Ragnarok said, with the serene certainty of a statement that needed no defense. "We tolerate them. It is a different thing." He passed the first document across the table. The British Ministry of Magic was founded in 1707 on land purchased from the Potter estate for a sum that was never fully paid. The agreed price was 12,000 galleons. The amount paid was 4,000, with the remainder deferred under a magically binding compact that accrued interest annually at the rate of 11%. Harry looked at the document. It had his ancestor's signature on it, one Charles Potter the Elder, and the signature of the First Minister of Magic, and both signatures shimmered with something alive in the old ink. 319 years of accrued interest, Goldthorn supplied, without looking up from his organizing, at 11%, compounded annually, brings the current total outstanding debt to, he named a figure. Harry had to ask him to repeat it. Goldthorn repeated it. Harry set down the document. "That's more money than exists," he said. "In physical galleons, yes," Ragnarok agreed pleasantly. "Which is why the debt has historically been satisfied not in gold but in political and legal concessions, had any previous Lord Potter chosen to call it due. None did. Your father, frankly, didn't know about it. It was buried quite deliberately." A pause. By people who are no longer living and therefore cannot be held additionally accountable, which is a pity. What kind of concessions? Harry asked, though he was beginning to have a sense. Legislation. Appointments. The right to veto ministry edicts that directly affect the noble houses, a right that has been on the books, magically enforceable, and completely ignored by successive ministers for 200 years because no one holding the Potter lordship knew to exercise it. Ragnar's tone didn't change, but something in his eyes did. The ministry has been governing in violation of a binding magical compact for 2 centuries, Lord Potter. The magic doesn't forget, even when the people do. Harry sat back in his chair. Outside the conference room, through whatever layers of stone and enchantment separated them from the surface, London was doing its Tuesday morning things, buses and offices and people in suits and all the ordinary machinery of a world that didn't know that the entire structure of its magical shadow government was about to be reviewed by a 16-year-old boy with 4 rings and a growing sense of what he was supposed to do with them. The Black estate debts, he said. And Slytherin. And Merlin. The Black family, Goldthorn said, pulling another folder, held a different kind of leverage. Less financial, more. He glanced at Ragnar. Structural, Ragnar supplied. The Black family were, for 7 generations, the primary intelligence apparatus of the British ministry. Every dark family that was brought to justice, every spy network that was unraveled, every international threat that was neutralized, the Blacks did it, quietly, and the agreement was a formal arrangement of mutual obligation. The ministry owes the Black estate 412 years of documented service for which the agreed magical and political compensation was never delivered. Harry thought of Sirius. Of Azkaban. Of 12 years and a trial that never happened and a government that had thrown away their most valuable tool and then actively prevented him from being exonerated because exoneration would have required acknowledging the debt. They locked him up, Harry said, very quietly, because if he'd ever had a trial, they'd have had to pay what they owed him. Nobody at the table said anything. Nobody needed to. He looked at the rings on his right hand. The black ring caught the blue-green lamplight and held it. What about Slytherin? He said, after a moment. Salazar Slytherin, Ragnar said, and there was something genuinely careful in his tone now, was one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A school which is, legally and magically, built on land that was divided equally between the 4 founders. Land which, upon Slytherin's departure, should have reverted to his estate. It did not. His share was absorbed into the school's collective foundation on the assumption that his line had died out. Ragnar's golden eyes met Harry's with perfect steadiness. It had not. I own a quarter of Hogwarts, Harry said. You own a quarter of the land on which Hogwarts sits, Ragnar corrected. The school itself is a collective institution. But the land carries rights, governance rights, veto rights over significant changes to the school's foundational structure, and certain rights of magical access that have been dormant for 1,000 years. What about Merlin? Ragnar was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, it was more measured than anything he'd said yet. The Merlin Compact is different from the others. It is not a financial debt or a political agreement. It is a foundational enchantment, woven into the International Confederation of Wizards itself. Emrys created the framework for magical international law. The preamble to the ICW Charter references the compact by name, and it includes a clause, buried, but magically active, stating that the holder of the Emrys legacy has the right to convene a global wizarding conclave if they believe the international order has failed in its founding purpose. The room was very still. Has it? Harry asked. Failed in its founding purpose? Ragnar folded his hands on the table. The founding purpose of the ICW was to ensure that no magical government could prey upon its own people without consequence. I will leave it to you, Lord Potter, to assess whether that purpose has been honored. Harry thought about Azkaban. About the Dementors. About the last 4 years of his life and the 12 years of Sirius's before that. About the trials in the Department of Mysteries, about the children of Death Eaters who'd never had a choice about which world they were born into. About a government that had spent a year trying to convince the wizarding world that Voldemort wasn't back, not because they believed it but because they were afraid of what believing it would cost them. No, he said. It hasn't. Ragnar nodded, once, with a gravity that felt historic. Then you have a great deal of work ahead of you, he said. Shall we continue with the continental accounts? Yes, Harry said. He reached into his bag, pulled out a self-inking quill he'd grabbed from his desk without thinking, a Hermione gift from 2 birthdays ago. She'd gotten him 12 of them because she was Hermione, and pulled the next folder toward him. But first I need to send 2 owls. Goldthorn produced parchment before Harry had finished the sentence. The first letter was to Sirius. Sirius, I need you functional and mobile as soon as Pomfrey will allow it, and if she won't allow it, I need you to leave anyway and we'll both apologize to her later. I found something. I can't explain in a letter. You're going to need to sit down when I tell you. Come to Gringotts and ask for Ragnar's conference suite. Bring Moony if he's available. Don't tell Dumbledore. Harry he hesitated over that last line, then left it. The second letter took longer. Hermione, I know you're going to want sources and documentation and time to read everything before you form an opinion, and I'm going to give you all of that. But I need your brain first, before the documentation, because I need someone who will tell me if I'm thinking about this wrong. Come to Gringotts. Tell your parents you'll be back for dinner. You probably won't be, but tell them anyway. Harry he looked at both letters. Added a postscript to Hermione's, I'm not in trouble. I'm the opposite of in trouble. I'll explain when I see you. He sent them with the Goblin courier service, which was faster than owls and did not accept tips, and turned back to the 6 rooms of documents. By mid-morning, he had a rough map in his head. The continental debts were different in character from the British ones, less political, more structural. The French ministry had borrowed from the Slytherin estate in the 14th century to fund the enchantments on Beauxbatons Palace, a loan that had been made in good faith and mostly forgotten about during the chaos of the 100 Years' War, after which the wizarding world had simply moved on and hoped no one would notice. The Bulgarian Confederation's debts were military. Slytherin's estate had, in 793, provided the enchantments for their eastern border wards, and the agreed maintenance payments had lapsed around 1350 and hadn't resumed. Smaller governments owed smaller things, access rights, territorial acknowledgements, treaty obligations that technically bound them to honor the requests of the houses to which they owed debts. The ICW itself, through the Merlin Compact, owed Harry the right to an audience. Not a polite hearing. Not a meeting that could be scheduled and rescheduled and quietly buried. A formal audience, magically binding, that the ICW was required by its own foundational charter to convene. He was still reading when he felt Hermione arrive in the building. He couldn't have explained how he knew. Something in the way the rings pulsed, very slightly, not enough to be visible, just enough to register, like hearing a familiar voice in the next room. He'd have to think about that later. She came through the door of the conference room at 11:15, her hair barely tamed and her expression doing the thing it did when she was trying to maintain composure against considerable emotional pressure, very still, very controlled, slightly too still and controlled to be entirely convincing. She looked at the 6 rooms. She looked at the documents on the table. She looked at Harry's right hand. Harry, she said, very carefully. What are those? Sit down, he said. What are, Hermione? He said it gently but with a precision she recognized immediately. Sit down first, then I'll tell you everything. She sat down. Ragnar refilled her tea. She hadn't touched it, but apparently goblins anticipated this sort of thing. Harry told her. He watched her face as he did it. Hermione's face during information intake was one of the more extraordinary things he'd ever witnessed. She didn't just receive information, she organized it, cross-referenced it, tested it against things she already knew, occasionally looked like she was in mild pain when something contradicted a prior assumption and she had to rebuild a model on the fly. She went through all of those stages, in quick succession, as he laid out the vault, the rings, the debts, the Slytherin connection, and the Merlin Compact. When he finished, she was quiet for almost 30 seconds. The Evans line, she said. The Slytherin connection. How far back does it trace? 8 generations, Goldthorn said, helpfully. The magical ability that emerged in the Evans family was not random. It was dormant Slytherin blood reasserting itself. Which means, Hermione said slowly, that Voldemort's obsession with being the heir of Slytherin, and his obsession with Harry, were tangled up in a way he didn't understand, Harry said. Because he didn't know. Nobody knew except, apparently, Dumbledore, who let you grow up with the Dursleys, she said quietly. Harry looked at his rings. There are a lot of things to be angry about, he said. I'm putting that one on a list and I'll get to it when I have time. Hermione pressed her lips together. Then she pulled the nearest document toward her and began reading. That was Hermione's version of rolling up her sleeves. The Ministry's foundation debt, she said, after 2 minutes. The interest calculation, is this confirmed legally by Goblin precedent, or is it, magically binding under the original compact, Ragnarok said. Goblin law recognizes magical debts as primary obligations. The figure is not negotiable. Hermione looked at Harry. Harry looked at Hermione. Something passed between them that didn't need words, the particular communication of two people who have been in impossible situations together long enough to develop shorthand for this is actually happening and we are actually doing this. Right, she said. We need a strategy. Yes. The Ministry first. The Ministry first, he agreed. We'll need Sirius, she said. And Neville, I think, the Longbottom seat on the Wisengamot is unclaimed. If Neville were to claim it and vote alongside a block that you control, I was thinking the same thing. And we need to be very careful about how we announce this, she said. Not careful, I don't mean we hide it, I mean we need the announcement to be so unambiguous and so publicly documented that there's no way to quietly bury it. We need witnesses. Credible, established witnesses who can't be pressured. Amelia Bones, Harry said. Yes. Absolutely. And, the Prophet won't run it, Rita Skeeter would spin it, but, Luna, Harry said. Her father runs the Quibbler. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, and then said, with visible effort, that's actually a brilliant idea. I have them occasionally. Occasionally, she agreed, but she was almost smiling now, and the almost smile was the real one, the one that meant she was scared and excited and already running 17 scenarios in her head and was going to be insufferable and magnificent in equal measure about all of them. Sirius arrived at 12:30. He came through the door still doing his coat up, his hair not entirely brushed, a healing cut still visible above his right eyebrow from the fight at the Department of Mysteries. He looked better than he had in Azkaban, better than he'd looked for most of the past 2 years, honestly. The kind of better that came from finally eating regularly and sleeping somewhere dry and knowing, at last, that the person you loved most in the world was alive and knew you weren't a murderer. He looked at Ragnarok. At the 6 rooms of documents. At Harry. Then his eyes found the rings, and everything else dropped away from his expression. Sirius, Harry said. Sirius crossed the room in 4 strides and pulled Harry into a hug that lasted about 3 seconds longer than either of them would have admitted to later, and Harry felt the black ring pulse against his palm like a heartbeat. When they separated, Sirius held Harry by the shoulders and looked at him properly, the way people look at each other when they're checking something more important than appearances. You found them, Sirius said. You knew about the rings. My mother knew. She told me once, when I was 12, as a way of explaining why the blacks mattered. He paused. She left out some of the implications. Your family's debt to the Black estate is documented, Ragnarok said, and Sirius turned to look at him with an expression that was halfway between delight and the particular feral glee of a man who had spent over a decade in prison wanting revenge on an institution and was now being handed the paperwork to do something about it. How much do they owe us? Sirius asked. Ragnarok told him. Sirius looked at Harry. Harry looked at Sirius. We're going to have fun with this, Sirius said. We're going to be responsible with this, Harry said. And then we're going to have fun. Both, Hermione said firmly. We're going to be responsible and strategic, and then fun, Sirius said, and sat down, and reached for a document, and grinned in a way that made him look exactly like the person he'd been before everything went wrong. Right then. Let's figure out how to ruin someone's day. Outside, London went about its business. The goblins continued their work. The vault sat quietly 7 floors below, holding what it had held for over 1,000 years, still warm. Harry looked at his right hand, at the 4 rings that fit there like they'd always belonged, and thought about a letter that had appeared on his pillow on a Tuesday. He thought, Merlin left me a world to fix. He thought, well, I've always been better at the practical parts anyway. He turned the page. Chapter 2, Gringotts doesn't negotiate. The documents took the rest of Tuesday and most of Wednesday. Hermione organized them. That was the only way to describe what she did, not read them, not sort them, but organize them in the way a general organizes troops, with an eye toward deployment rather than storage. She commandeered 3 of the 6 side rooms, covered 2 walls in conjured parchment, and built a cross-referenced map of every debt, obligation, and dormant legal right across 4 houses and 11 countries that made Ragnarok, who had been doing this for 200 years, stop in the doorway of room 3 and look at it with something that, on a goblin, passed for genuine admiration. You missed the 1834 Beauxbatons maintenance clause, he said, pointing. I didn't miss it, Hermione said, without looking up. It's on the secondary wall under French. It ties to the 1798 amendment, which means it can't be called independently. They're linked. She looked up. I've cross-referenced it. Ragnarok looked at the secondary wall. Found the 1834 clause. Found the link to 1798. Looked at Hermione. Goldthorn, he called, and the younger goblin appeared immediately. Get her a permanent pass. Hermione blinked. Sorry. A Gringotts permanent access pass. Non-account. Research tier. Ragnarok was already moving. You'll need to come back, and I won't have you waiting at the public counter. Hermione looked at Harry with an expression that said, very clearly, that this was the most professionally validating thing that had ever happened to her, and she was going to pretend to be calm about it and fail slightly. Harry was eating a sandwich. Gringotts had produced sandwiches, which he hadn't known they did, and which were extremely good in the slightly unnerving way of food prepared by people who approach all tasks with absolute precision. He raised it in a salute. Sirius was asleep in the corner on a transfigured couch, which he had needed, because Madame Pomfrey had been entirely right that he shouldn't be leaving Grimmauld Place yet, but which nobody was going to tell him because the alternative was leaving him at home while the interesting things happened, and a bored Sirius Black was genuinely more dangerous than an injured one. By Wednesday evening, they had a working picture. Harry sat at the center table with Hermione on his left, Ragnarok at the head, and Goldthorn nearby with a quill that never seemed to stop moving. Sirius was awake again, leaning back in his chair with his feet on the table in a way that made Goldthorn twitch, eating an apple and occasionally asking questions that sounded stupid and weren't. The Ministry's debt, Harry said, tapping the primary document. The Foundation debt from Potter, the Service debt from Black, and the Slytherin land rights from Hogwarts, taken together, what can we actually demand? Anything, Ragnarok said. Be specific. Ragnarok set down his own quill. You could demand the Ministry's entire operating budget for a calendar year, in which case you'd bankrupt them and the institution would collapse, which is one option. Not that one, Harry said. You could demand legislative concessions, repeal of specific laws, mandatory passage of new ones. The magical binding means non-compliance carries automatic penalties that even the Ministry's cursebreakers couldn't unravel. You could demand the dismissal of specific officials. You could demand restructuring of internal departments. He paused. You could demand a seat on the Wisengamot. In fact, you already have 3. Lord Potter, Lord Black, and Lord Slytherin all hold hereditary Wisengamot seats. You have not been seated in any of them because no one has formally claimed them. 3 seats, Hermione said, writing. Plus Neville's Longbottom seat if he claims it, that's 4 votes we control before we've spoken to anyone. How many seats total? Harry asked. 50 on the main Wizengamot, Goldthorn said. Plus 12 ministerial appointments that are not elected but are theoretically subject to Wizengamot oversight, which has not been exercised in 140 years. Fudge appointed all 12, Sirius said, examining his apple core. Minister Fudge, yes, Ragnarok said, without inflection. What's Fudge's relationship to the ministry's foundation debt? Harry asked. Ragnarok almost smiled. As minister, he is the signatory representative of the institution that owes the debt. Which means that when you call the debt due, he is personally responsible for ensuring compliance. And if he fails to ensure compliance? The magical binding, Goldthorn said, defaults to the next senior official in the ministerial line. Then the next. It cascades through the leadership structure until someone either satisfies the obligation or the institution formally dissolves. The room was quiet for a moment. So if we call the debt, Sirius said slowly, working it out, and Fudge can't pay, he has to negotiate, Harry said. Or resign and let someone else negotiate. Or the whole ministry falls apart, which is not what we want. Not yet, Sirius agreed cheerfully. Not ever, Hermione said. Not ever, Harry confirmed. He looked at Ragnarok. I want to call a formal debt meeting. Under goblin law, not ministry law, not ICW regulations, but the financial protocols that the ministry itself agreed to when it took the Potter loan. That means it happens on neutral ground, it's formally documented, and if the minister refuses to attend, the debt defaults to active collection. Active collection meaning Gringotts begins seizing ministry assets, Ragnarok said. Starting with Fudge's personal vault, Sirius said, sitting up properly now, the apple forgotten. He has one. A very full one. I know because my family funded his first election campaign and the repayment terms were creative. Hermione looked at Sirius. He owes black money too. Dolores Umbridge introduced them, Sirius said pleasantly. It's almost elegant. Harry thought about Umbridge. About the quill. About his hand. Schedule the meeting, he said, and his voice had gone very even in the way that meant he was controlling something precise. 3 days. Give Fudge enough notice that he can't claim he wasn't warned. Make it formal, full goblin protocol, letter of demand sent through Gringotts courier so it's on the record. I want copies to Amelia Bones simultaneously. She's head of the DMLE, Hermione said, already writing. She'll have to be notified as a senior ministry official. That's exactly why I want her to have a copy. Harry looked at Ragnarok. Is there anything that legally prevents me from meeting with Bones privately before the formal meeting? Nothing whatsoever, Ragnarok said. Good. He looked at Sirius. Can you get a message to Remus? Already sent one. He's in Edinburgh. He'll be back by tomorrow night. And Neville? I'll write to him tonight, Hermione said. She looked up from her parchment. Harry, he doesn't know about the rings. He doesn't know about any of this. Then we tell him, Harry said simply. He's a Longbottom. The Longbottom family has a Wizengamot seat that Gran's been leaving empty because she doesn't trust Neville to hold it. That's going to change. Augusta Longbottom is formidable, traditional, and deeply protective of her grandson, Harry said. If Neville shows up to claim his seat as part of a bloc that's calling the ministry's debt, she's going to be angry and then she's going to be impressed and then she's going to help, because Augusta Longbottom hates Cornelius Fudge more than she loves protocol, and she loves protocol an extraordinary amount. He paused. I met her once. She has a very expressive face. Hermione considered this. That's actually a very accurate read. I pay attention, Harry said, and went back to the documents. Thursday morning arrived with the particular determination of a day that intends to be significant. Harry had stayed at Grimmauld Place overnight, which felt different now, not the gloomy oppressive house of black family history but something that was, with the rings on his hand and the black lordship formally claimed, technically his, and which seemed to know it. The portraits were quieter. Even Mrs. Black's portrait, when he'd walked past it in the corridor, had done something extraordinary. It had looked at the rings, and its painted face had gone through a rapid and complicated series of emotions, and then it had pulled its curtains closed from the inside, which apparently was something portrait curtains could do if the portrait chose, and which no one had known because no one had ever given it a reason to. Sirius had laughed about that for 5 full minutes. Remus arrived before breakfast, which meant he arrived before anyone except Harry, who hadn't really slept, not from anxiety but from the particular alert wakefulness of someone whose mind was doing too much interesting work to bother with unconsciousness. Remus came through the front door looking carefully put together in the way of someone who had been careful his whole life about how he presented himself to a world that was looking for reasons to dismiss him. He stopped in the kitchen doorway and looked at Harry across the table and the 4 rings and the stack of documents. "Show me," Remus said, quietly. Harry did. Remus listened the way he had always listened, completely, with that quality of absolute attention that made you feel like you were the only person talking in the entire world. He asked 3 questions during the whole explanation, each one precise, each one at exactly the point where Harry had half expected to need to slow down and clarify. When Harry finished, Remus was quiet for a moment, his hands wrapped around his tea. "The Slytherin connection," he said. "Through Lily." "Through the Evans line, yes." Remus nodded slowly. "She was extraordinary. We all knew it, her magic was, different. Deeper than anyone's. James used to say she'd come from old magical stock but she laughed at him for it." He paused. "She wasn't wrong to be skeptical, and he wasn't wrong to notice." "Did Dumbledore ever say anything to you about it?" Remus looked at the table. "He said that Lily's magical capacity was unusual and should be protected. He never said why." A pause. "I trusted him implicitly. We all did. And now?" Another pause, longer. "Now I think that trust was partially earned and partially manufactured, and I'm not sure yet what the ratio is." Remus looked up. "What I know is that you're here, and you're more protected than you've ever been, and you're going to do something about an institution that has needed someone to do something about it for a very long time." He set down his tea. "What do you need from me?" Harry had been waiting for that question. "Legal support," he said. "The Lupin name doesn't carry ancient house weight, but you have a defense mastery and you're a recognized scholar. I need someone in the room who can speak to the magical law components from an academic angle that the goblins can't, and that Hermione, as brilliant as she is, doesn't have the formal qualifications for yet." Remus blinked. "You want me as a legal consultant?" "I want you at the table," Harry said. "That's what I want." Remus didn't answer immediately. Then he pulled the nearest document toward him and started reading, and Harry knew that was answer enough. Amelia Bones arrived at Gringotts at 2 in the afternoon, having received a formal request for a private meeting from Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin-Merlin with the notation that the matter concerned documents held by Gringotts of significant relevance to the Ministry of Magic and that her attendance, while not compelled, was strongly recommended. She was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, a formidable woman of around 60 with steel-gray hair cut practically short and eyes that had seen enough of the worst humanity offered that they had gone to the other side of shocked and were now simply watchful. She had prosecuted more dark magic cases than anyone else in the ministry. She had voted against Sirius Black's imprisonment without trial, one of 6 who had, and she had the documentation to prove it even though someone had tried twice to lose it. She sat down across from Harry and looked at the rings and said, "Absolutely nothing," for 5 full seconds. Then, "Mr. Potter. These are real?" "Yes." "All 4. "Yes." "Including," She looked at the Merlin ring with an expression that someone less observant than Harry might have read as simple professional focus but which he correctly identified as the carefully managed awe of someone who spent their life in magical law and had just seen the founding document of everything they'd ever worked within. Including, he confirmed. She pulled her eyes back to his face with visible effort. "What do you want, Mr. Potter?" "Or, Lord Potter, I suppose." "I want the ministry to be functional," he said. "I want it led by someone who isn't afraid of telling the truth about Voldemort." She didn't flinch at the name, which he noted with approval, "and I want the structural rot that allowed Sirius Black to spend 12 years in Azkaban without a trial to be permanently removed. I want Azkaban decommissioned as a long-term imprisonment facility and the Dementors removed from British soil entirely." He said it all without raising his voice, without any particular emphasis, the way you'd state objectives in a planning meeting. "I'm not asking the ministry for any of this as a favor. The ministry owes my house's debts that are magically binding. These are the terms under which I'd consider the debt satisfied." Amelia was very still. "And if the minister refuses the terms?" "The debt calls in under Goblin protocol and active collection begins," Ragnock said from across the table. "Gringotts seizes ministry assets beginning with physical property, then liquid financial holdings, then, this is the part Minister Fudge is going to find particularly uncomfortable, the personal vaults of all serving ministerial officials, since they are co-signatories to the institution's financial obligations by virtue of their appointments." "Fudge will fight it," Amelia said. "He can try," Harry said. "The magical binding in the original compact predates every law the ministry has ever passed. He can't legislate his way out of it. He can try to go to the ICW, but the Merlin Compact gives me standing before them that Fudge can't challenge without effectively acknowledging that the compact exists, which means acknowledging that the debt exists, which brings him right back here." "He'll try to paint you as a child," Amelia said. "Not unkindly, observationally." "I'm a lord of 4 ancient houses," Harry said. "In wizarding law, the lordship supersedes age." "Ragnock?" "Correct," Ragnock said. "Lord Potter is legally an adult under the binding authority of the Ancient House Compact. Wizarding age of majority does not apply to house lords who are in formal possession of their lordship rings." Amelia looked at him for a long moment. Then she said something that surprised him. "Why me?" "Because you're honest," Harry said. "And because you've been trying to fix the same things from inside the system for 20 years, and the system has been preventing you. I'm not asking you to break the system. I'm asking you to help me fix it. And in exchange, I'm going to make sure that what you've been trying to build for 2 decades actually gets built." "What's to stop you from becoming what Fudge is?" she asked. "Not hostile, direct. The question of someone who'd seen enough people with good intentions fail to be naive about it." "You," Harry said. "You, and Hermione, and the fact that I genuinely don't want to run anything. I want to fix it and make sure it stays fixed. I'd rather go back to school." Amelia looked at Hermione, who was making notes and did not look up. Then at Sirius, who gave her a smile that contained genuine respect and only a small amount of charm. Then at Remus, who inclined his head. Then at Ragnock, who was Ragnock. Then back at Harry. "When is the formal debt meeting with the minister?" she said. "Saturday," Ragnock said. 10 in the morning. This conference room. "I'll be there," she said. "As a witness. Not a ministry representative, a witness. I want that documented." "It already is," Goldthorn said, without looking up. "The letter to Cornelius Fudge was a work of art. Hermione drafted it. Harry reviewed it. Sirius suggested one addition that they kept because it was good despite being petty. Remus caught 2 places where they'd inadvertently given Fudge a procedural escape route and closed them. Ragnock read the final version, made no changes, and had it copied in the formal goblin script that activated the magical binding the moment Fudge's authorized representative received it. It was 1.5 feet of parchment. It cited 47 legal documents. It was polite with the particular politeness of something that doesn't need to be anything else. The gist of it was, you owe us. We know it. You have until Saturday to come to the table. Fudge's response arrived 4 hours later. It was 3 feet long and referenced the improper use of Magic Office, the Department of Mysteries, 2 international treaties, and the statute of limitations on ancient house debts, which apparently Fudge's legal team had told him existed. Harry read it, passed it to Ragnarok, and said, "There isn't a statute of limitations." "There is not," Ragnarok agreed. "Whoever told him there was is either incompetent or they wanted him to embarrass himself." "Can I see his personal vault balance?" Sirius asked. "No," Ragnarok said. "That would be a violation of client confidentiality." Sirius looked at him. Ragnarok looked at Sirius. "It is," Ragnarok said carefully, "substantial. And he has made some recent transfers that will become relevant if collection proceedings begin." Sirius looked at Harry. Harry looked at the ceiling. The ceiling had nothing to add. They sent a second letter, 3 lines this time. Your response contained a legal error. The statute of limitations you cited does not exist in Goblin contract law, under which this compact was originally sealed. We will expect you on Saturday. Lord H.J. Potter-Black-Slytherin-Merlin, Gringotts, London, Conference Suite 8. Fudge's second response arrived in 2 hours and contained significantly more emotional language and significantly less legal argumentation. Hermione flagged 3 sentences that were technically threats and passed them to Ragnarok, who filed them under ministerial correspondence, evidence, unsolicited, which was a filing category that Goldthorn had apparently been maintaining for some time. Friday was preparation. Neville arrived Friday morning, taking the flue from the Longbottom estate in an explosion of green flames that deposited him in Grimmauld Place's kitchen with soot on his forehead and an expression of determined readiness that sat on his face differently than it would have 2 years ago. He'd grown over the summer, not just physically but in the particular way that people grow when they've done something genuinely terrifying and found out they survived it. The Department of Mysteries had done something to Neville. Forged something that had always been there into a shape you could see from across a room. He listened to everything in silence, which was more comfortable on Neville than silence usually was on people. When Harry finished, Neville said, "Gran's going to be furious." "I know. She'll get over it in about 30 seconds when she realizes what you're doing," Neville said. "And then she's going to want to help. She has opinions about Fudge." "I know that too." Dumbledore? Harry had been waiting for this. Not just with Neville, he'd been waiting for it with everyone, the moment when Albus Dumbledore's absence from this entire conversation became a conversation itself. "Dumbledore knows I'm at Grimmauld Place," Harry said. "He hasn't contacted me. Either he doesn't know about the vault, or he does and he's decided not to interfere, or he's waiting to see what you do," Hermione said. She hadn't looked up from her work. "To decide whether to support it or redirect it." "He redirects everything," Sirius said, and his voice had gone flat in the way it did when he was being honest rather than charming. "He always has. He's the only man in Britain who can derail something by being supportive of it at exactly the right moment and just slightly in the wrong direction." Nobody disagreed with this, which said something about where they all were. "He's fighting Voldemort," Remus said, carefully. "That is a genuine and enormous thing. I don't want to forget that." "We're not forgetting it," Harry said. "But fighting Voldemort and keeping Harry's inheritance buried aren't in conflict unless Dumbledore wanted them to be. He let that sit. We'll deal with that conversation later. For now, Neville, will you claim your Wizengamot seat?" Neville met his eyes. "Yes. If you'll have me at the table." "You've been at my table since first year," Harry said. "When did you need an invitation?" Neville looked at his hands for a moment, then back up. "Right. Okay." A pause. "Do I need to wear robes?" "Gran says I always slouch in robes." "Yes," Hermione said. "And stand up straight." "She says that too," Neville said. Saturday. The conference suite had been reconfigured overnight. Gringotts had, with the wordless efficiency of an institution that took formal proceedings with absolute seriousness, transformed it from a working document room into something that felt properly significant. The long table extended, the chairs weighted and formal, the gas lamps burning steadily, the walls cleared except for the subtle engraving of goblin contract law that apparently lined every formal mediation room in the building. Harry arrived first, at 9:45. He was wearing robes, properly this time, not the slightly rumpled Hogwarts ones that he'd always half resented. These were from the Potter Vault wardrobe, which Goldthorn had apparently prepared, and they were deep charcoal with subtle silver detail at the cuffs and collar that didn't announce themselves but also didn't pretend not to be there. He'd let Hermione do something to his hair, which she'd managed against all probability to get mostly under control, and the 4 rings sat on his right hand with the easy permanence of something that had found where it belonged. He sat at the center of one side of the long table. Hermione sat to his left. Sirius to his right. Remus beside Sirius. Neville beside Hermione, in Longbottom formal robes that actually looked extremely good on him and which he was, under Hermione's earlier instruction, not slouching in. Amelia Bones was at the far end of the table, positioned deliberately not as part of Harry's group but as a formal witness. Ragnarok sat at the head of the table between both parties. Goldthorn was positioned to one side with the documents and that endlessly moving quill. Fudge arrived at 10:05, which was either a power play or just Fudge being Fudge. He came in with 4 people, 2 ministry lawyers in the grey robes of the legal department, 1 aide who was frantically reviewing documents while walking, and Percy Weasley, who was there in his capacity as junior assistant to the minister and who had the unhappy look of someone who had been told this was going to be straightforward and was already beginning to doubt it. Percy met Harry's eyes across the room and held them for a moment. Something complicated moved through Percy's face, guilt, stubbornness, the particular expression of someone who had made a choice they were starting to realize they'd have to live with longer than they'd thought. He looked away first. Fudge arranged himself at the opposite side of the table with the performance of a man who needed people to believe he was not worried. He had his good robes on, the ones with the cornflower blue accent, which Harry recognized because they were the ones Fudge wore when he expected to be photographed. His bowler hat sat before him on the table like a talisman. "Mr. Potter," Fudge said, emphasizing the lack of title with the deliberateness of a man who thought that was a card worth playing. "I want to start by saying that whatever misunderstanding has led to this meeting, I'm sure we can resolve it sensibly." Harry looked at him with an expression that was perfectly pleasant and entirely empty of any deference whatsoever. "Minister Fudge," he said. "Thank you for coming. Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin-Merlin will suffice for the formal record. Ragnarok, would you read the initial charge of debt into the record, please?" Fudge's face twitched. Ragnarok began to read, and the words had the particular resonance of things that are magically true. They didn't just describe the debt, they enacted it, the way reading a spell aloud enacts its intent. The financial compact shimmered faintly into visibility above the center of the table as he read, a thread of golden green light that pulsed with each clause, ancient and perfectly legible and completely undeniable. One of the ministry lawyers started flipping through his documents with increasing urgency. Fudge watched the compact materialize with the expression of a man watching a tide come in toward a sandcastle. When Ragnarok finished, there was a very short silence. "The debt is valid?" Fudge asked his lead lawyer. The lead lawyer said something quietly. Fudge's jaw tightened. "The interest calculation seems excessive," Fudge tried. "The interest calculation is mathematically correct and magically confirmed," Ragnarok said. "It is not open to renegotiation. What is open to negotiation is the form of repayment." He looked at Harry. "We're not looking for gold," Harry said. "We don't need it. What we need is structural." He nodded to Hermione, who produced the document they'd spent 2 days drafting, clear, precise, 11 pages long, every clause triple-checked by Remus and Ragnarok both. Goldthorn walked it across the table. Fudge picked it up with visible reluctance and began to read. As he read, his face moved through several distinct colors. The lawyers leaned in on both sides, reading over his shoulders, and Harry watched the point at which they reached the Azkaban clause, because that was the point where both of them exchanged a look that Fudge didn't see. "You want me to resign," Fudge said, when he'd gotten to page 4. "I want you to satisfy the magical debt your office has carried for 3 centuries, Harry said. "The first structural concession required to do that is the installation of a minister who is willing to formally acknowledge that Voldemort has returned and respond accordingly. You've demonstrated that you're not able to do that. So yes. That's not, you can't, this is unprecedented, the debt is not unprecedented," Ragnarok said. "It is 319 years old. The situation is unprecedented only in that someone has finally called it due." "I'll take it to the Wizengamot," Fudge said. "Please do," Harry said. "I have 3 seats there. Lord Longbottom," he glanced at Neville, who nodded, "has claimed his. That's 4. I've been in quiet correspondence with several other families who hold hereditary seats and have issues with current ministry policy. It will be an interesting session. For 2 days you've been, doing my due diligence," Harry said pleasantly. Fudge looked at Amelia Bones, as though he'd forgotten she was there and was now desperately hoping she'd intervene on his behalf. Amelia looked back at him steadily and said nothing. Percy Weasley was staring at the table. One of the ministry lawyers leaned in and murmured something in Fudge's ear. Fudge closed his eyes for a moment, and something happened in his face, not a defeat, exactly, but the recognition that the thing he'd been avoiding looking at directly was right there in the room and considerably larger than he'd allowed himself to imagine. "If I step down," he said carefully, "and you proceed with these structural demands, what happens to the ministry? To the people in it?" Harry looked at him. This, he thought, was the first genuine question Fudge had asked since sitting down, not a strategy, not a positioning move. Genuine. "The ministry continues," Harry said. "It needs to. People depend on it. Most of the people working in it do their jobs honestly and well. The problems are structural and they're at the top." He paused. "You made choices, Minister. Some of them were cowardly, and one of them, Sirius Black, was unconscionable. But I'm not trying to destroy you. I'm trying to make the thing you've been running into something worth running." Fudge looked at him. He looked, in that moment, older than Harry had ever seen him, not the puffed-up political creature who had shaken his hand on the Hogwarts Express in 3rd year, but the actual person underneath all of that, who had been afraid for a very long time and was very tired. "Amelia," Fudge said, without looking away from Harry. "Yes," Bones said. "You'll stand for minister?" A pause. "If the Wizengamot will seat me, and the formal process is followed, yes." Fudge looked down at the document in his hands. He put it on the table. Smoothed it once with his palm. Then he reached into his inner pocket and produced a quill. "Page 11, Harry said quietly. "The final clause. There's a line for your signature and a line for mine. Once both are on it, Ragnarok countersigns for Gringotts as witness. The magical compact registers the debt as satisfied under the terms of structural concession." "Your signature," Fudge said, with a ghost of something that might have been dark humor. "You're 16 years old." "I'm a lord of 4 ancient houses," Harry said. "In goblin contract law that's considerably older." Fudge found page 11. He signed it, with the careful penmanship of a man who had always cared enormously about his signature, and there was something quietly terrible and human about that, about the fact that even at the end of something, a person still signs their name the way they always have. Harry signed beneath him. The compact above the table flared once, warm gold, then gone. Ragnarok countersigned. Goldthorn pressed the goblin seal. The quill stopped moving for the first time in 2 days. "Well," Sirius said, into the silence, because Sirius could not do extended silence, that was almost civilized. Fudge picked up his bowler hat. He looked at Harry one more time. "He's back, isn't he?" he said. "Not a question. Voldemort. He's actually back." He's been back since the end of fourth year, Harry said. He took my blood. He's solid and he's planning and he has loyal followers who never stopped being loyal. Fudge nodded once. His face had gone to something beyond the political performance, just a man, finally looking at the thing clearly. He put on his bowler hat. He walked out. Percy Weasley gathered up the ministry's documents with mechanical efficiency, his face carefully blank, and followed the lawyers without looking at anyone. At the door he stopped, one hand on the frame, back still to the room. "Harry," he said, quietly. "Not Potter." "Harry." Harry waited. "The Weasley family seat on the Wisengamot," Percy said. "It's been empty since Dad declined to take it for financial reasons." I don't know if that's relevant to," he stopped. Cleared his throat. "It might be relevant." He walked out before anyone could respond. Hermione was already writing. The room breathed out. Harry sat back in his chair and looked at his right hand, at the 4 rings that had, in the space of 4 days, shifted the balance of the oldest magical government in Britain. He thought about the 6 remaining doors on Ragnarok's wall. He thought about the ICW, and a name he barely had time to research yet, Casimir Voss, and the particular way Ragnarok had said foundational enchantment when talking about the Merlin Compact, as though the word needed to be felt rather than just heard. He thought about everything still to be done. Sirius leaned over and said, very quietly, "Just for Harry, James would have been absolutely insufferable about this. He'd have been so proud he'd have been unbearable for a week." Harry looked at him. Something warm and unsteady moved through his chest. "Yeah," he said. "He would have." Sirius clapped him once on the shoulder, hard and real and present, and reached across the table for another document. Outside Gringotts, on the marble steps, London was doing its Saturday things, families in Diagon Alley, children pressing noses to the window of Elop's Owl Emporium, a warlock arguing with a broom salesman about return policies. The ordinary machinery of a world that didn't know yet. It would know soon enough. Chapter 3, The Minister's Bad Morning. The Prophet ran it on Sunday. Not the way Harry had wanted, not yet, not the full story. What they ran was a small, careful piece on page 6, below a story about the Chudley Cannon's latest loss, headlined, "Minister Fudge Announces Intention to Step Down, Cites Personal Reasons." The byline was someone Harry didn't recognize. The piece was 4 paragraphs, carefully neutral, and contained the phrase "unexpected but orderly transition of leadership" twice, which was the kind of language that meant someone had gotten to the editor before the story could breathe. Harry read it over breakfast at Grimmauld Place and said nothing. Hermione read it and said, "They're going to try to control the narrative." "They already are," Remus said, from behind his tea. "They won't manage it for long," Harry said, and turned to the back page, where the Quibbler had taken out a full quarter-page advertisement that simply read, "The Quibbler, full story Monday." All of it. And below that, in smaller text, edited by X. Lovegood. "Truth, as a policy." Sirius read the advertisement and laughed so hard he had to put his cup down. Luna had been, as it turned out, considerably more prepared than anyone had anticipated. Harry had sent her a letter on Friday afternoon, carefully worded, factual, with a request that she and her father be ready to publish something significant on Monday. He'd expected enthusiasm. What he'd received back, in Luna's distinctive looping handwriting, was a 2-page outline of the story's structure that was so precise and so well-sourced that Hermione had read it twice and then said, with the expression of someone revising a long-held assumption, "She's been doing this for a while, hasn't she?" "Her father's been publishing the Quibbler for 20 years, Harry said. "I know that. I meant Luna specifically." Hermione looked at the outline again. "She's been building a source network. Look at this, she has 3 current ministry employees who've spoken to her on condition of anonymity, and she knew about the Goblin Compact history before we told her." "How?" "She didn't say." Hermione lowered the parchment. "I find that either reassuring or alarming, and I haven't decided which." Harry had decided it was reassuring and moved on. By Sunday evening, the story had legs. Not in the Prophet. The Prophet's editor had apparently received 4 separate visits from senior ministry officials, which meant the editorial team was going to be useless for at least another week and possibly forever. But in the places where information actually moved in the wizarding world, the Owl Post, Flow Conversations, the particular telegraph of wizard families talking to each other across the country, something was circulating. People who'd been at Gringotts on Saturday had seen the goblins in unusually formal configuration. A junior ministry employee had talked to his mother, who had talked to her sister, who was married to a man who sold the Prophet in Hogsmeade and had opinions about what wasn't being printed. The Wisingamot notification of an emergency session had gone out, and those notifications went to all sitting members simultaneously, and sitting Wisingamot members had families and friends and, occasionally, principals. Monday morning, the quibbler hit. Harry was eating toast when Hedwig dropped it on the table, rolled and tied with the quibbler's characteristic yellow ribbon, and he unfurled it to find a front page that Luna and her father had clearly spent the entire weekend preparing. It was 11 pages, the longest single issue the quibbler had ever published, by some margin, with a headline in large, plain type that was so unlike the quibbler's usual aesthetic that its plainness was itself a statement: the ministry's debt, how Britain's magical government has owed Lord Potter for 3 centuries, and what happened when he collected. Below it, a full accounting. Not sensationalized, not editorialized, documented. The foundation debt, with the original compact facsimiled in full. The Black family service records, with dates and operations and the agreed compensation that was never paid. The Slytherin Hogwarts land rights. The Saturday meeting, sourced from both Harry's team and Amelia Bones, who had apparently agreed to speak on record after Ragnarok confirmed the meeting's documentation was sealed in Goblin archives. And then, on page 4, in a column with the byline L. Lovegood, staff reporter, a detailed reconstruction of Sirius Black's arrest, imprisonment, and 12 years in Azkaban, including the documented evidence of his innocence and the paper trail showing which ministry officials had suppressed his file and why. It named names. Harry set it down. Picked up his tea. Set that down too. She named Crouch, Sirius said, very quietly, from across the table. He was holding his own copy very still. Bartemius Crouch Sr. His signatures on the suppression orders. Crouch is dead, Harry said. Yes. A pause. But his name isn't. Another pause. Neither is the record. Hermione reached across and touched Sirius's arm briefly, not saying anything, just the touch. Sirius looked at her, and then at Harry, and something moved through his face that was too large and too complex to name but that Harry recognized because he'd felt something like it himself, at the Mirror of Erist, at the graveyard, in the Department of Mysteries, the feeling of something enormous and terrible finally becoming visible, finally having a shape you could look at directly because it was in the light and not the dark anymore. Right, Sirius said. He put the paper down. What's today's plan? The Wisingamot session, Hermione said, already dressed and organized and clearly having been awake for some time. 11 o'clock. Harry, Sirius, Neville, you all need to be seated formally before the session opens. Ragnarok's team will be in the public gallery. Are we expecting trouble? Neville asked. From specific members, yes. The Malfoy seat is occupied. Parkinson, not, Greengrass, the old money families who've been comfortable with the current arrangement. They'll try procedural challenges. They'll argue the lordship claims are irregular. They'll, let them, Harry said. He stood up and pushed back his chair. They can argue all they want. The rings don't care about procedural challenges. The Wisingamot chamber was underneath the Ministry of Magic, accessible through the telephone box entrance at a specific frequency that the general public couldn't access without escort, and which Harry had last seen as a setting for his own disciplinary hearing, the one where Dumbledore had appeared just in time and the memory of his surprise at finding support had never entirely left him. He didn't feel like he needed support today. The chamber was built for theater, tiered galleries of seats in a semicircle, each seat with the family name carved into the back, a central floor for those being heard, and a raised judicial bench at the front that would be occupied by the acting senior member until a new minister was formally confirmed. The room was dressed in ministry purple that Harry had always found slightly oppressive, and it smelled of old magic and floor polish, and it was absolutely full. He hadn't expected that. Every seat in the public gallery was taken. Reporters, not from the Prophet, whose editors had apparently decided an emergency Wisingamot session was less newsworthy than a Quidditch injury, but 3 from the Quibbler, 2 from the Scottish Magical Review, 1 from a Dublin wizarding publication Harry didn't recognize, and, in the far corner, a witch he'd never seen before who was writing in a tiny notebook with a self-dictating quill and watching everything with the particular stillness of someone very good at their job. The member seats were mostly filled too. Some faces Harry recognized: Lucius Malfoy in the Malfoy seat, silver-haired and composed, meeting Harry's entry with an expression of careful assessment rather than surprise. Augustus Rookwood, 2 seats down, who had the relaxed posture of a man who'd been in this room too many times to be worried about procedure. Griselda Marchbanks, who was ancient and sharp-eyed and had examined Harry for his OWLs, and who was watching the entrance with an expression that was impossible to read. And empty seats. Several of them. The Potter seat, the Black seat, the Slytherin seat, all vacant and marked with a faint shimmer, the magical equivalent of a placeholder, waiting. Harry walked to the Potter seat. Sirius walked to the Black seat. They sat simultaneously, and when they did, the shimmer in each chair resolved into something solid, and the room registered it. You could feel it, the way you feel a key turning in a lock, a subtle mechanical rightness. Neville sat in the Longbottom seat, 2 rows up, and Harry caught, from across the chamber, the look on Augusta Longbottom's face in the gallery. She was there, of course she was, she'd have arrived an hour early, and she watched her grandson take his seat with an expression that was fierce and proud and did not quite get to the point of crying but was doing considerable work in that direction. The Slytherin seat was in the back row, set slightly apart from the others, and when Harry stood and moved to it, which caused an immediate ripple of attention through the chamber, it didn't shimmer like the others. It hummed, a subsonic vibration that Harry felt through his feet before he sat, and when he did, the hum stopped and the seat went perfectly still. From the gallery, someone said, loudly, "This is irregular." "Irregularly historic," Marchbanks said, with the precision of someone cutting to the point. Lucius Malfoy rose before the session was formally called to order. He had a measured, unhurried quality to everything he did, the quality of a man who understood that controlled movement was its own form of authority. "Before this session is convened," Malfoy said, his voice carrying the effortless clarity of someone trained from birth for rooms exactly like this one, "I would like to raise a point of procedural concern. The seating of Lord Potter in the Slytherin chair requires validation that the bloodline claim is, the bloodline claim," Harry said, without standing. He stayed seated, at ease, which meant Malfoy was standing and Harry wasn't, and Malfoy couldn't quite make that work in his favor, "is validated by the ring on my hand, which was authenticated by Gringotts under Goblin blood law at 1700 hours last Thursday. The documentation is already in the Wisingamot clerk's record." Page 3. The clerk, a small, precise wizard who had clearly already received Ragnarok's paperwork and equally clearly had organized it to within an inch of its life, held up page 3. Malfoy looked at the ring. Something moved behind his eyes, not surprise, but recalculation. Harry had been watching Malfoy since second year. He knew what Malfoy looked like when he was adapting a plan on the fly, and he was doing it now, fluidly enough that most of the chamber would have missed it. "The Evans connection to the Slytherin line," Malfoy said, changing angles smoothly, "is genetically remote. A cadet branch of a cadet branch. The magical inheritance has clearly manifested, a gracious acknowledgement, costing him nothing because the rings were sitting there being undeniably real, but the question of whether such a distant line carries the full authority of the lordship, Ragnarok," Harry said. From the public gallery, Ragnarok rose. He'd been sitting, Harry realized, directly where Dumbledore had stood at Harry's hearing, whether that was deliberate he couldn't say. "The Slytherin line validation," Ragnarok said, "follows Goblin blood law precedent established in 1203 and upheld in every subsequent case of dormant lordship revival. The bloodline carries what it carries, regardless of generational distance, when no closer claimant exists. There is no closer claimant. The ring accepted Lord Potter. He sat back down. Malfoy sat down too, which he did gracefully, adjusting his robes in a way that communicated that this was a tactical pause rather than an admission. The senior acting member, a witch named Griselda Marchbanks, who had taken the chair by seniority in the absence of an appointed minister, called the session to order with a crack of her wand on the bench that silenced everything immediately. "This session is called," she said, "to formally register the resignation of Minister Cornelius Fudge, acknowledge the interim ministerial arrangement, and vote on the nomination of Amelia Susan Bones as Minister for Magic. Secondary items include acknowledgement of newly seated lords and formal registration of the Gringotts debt satisfaction agreement." She surveyed the room. "We will proceed in that order. Objections to the agenda?" 2 hands went up, Malfoy and someone Harry didn't know in the back left. "Noted," Marchbanks said. "Overruled. We proceed." The vote on Amelia Bones took 40 minutes and was the most interesting political theater Harry had sat through in his life, which was saying something given that his life included several events that had objectively been more dangerous but considerably less revealing. The opposition was organized. Malfoy led it, which meant it was coherent, not a tantrum but a sustained argument, building a case that an emergency ministerial appointment during a time of institutional instability set a problematic precedent, that the proper process was a full election, that Bones, however personally distinguished, represented a particular faction within the ministry that would not serve all interests equally. Harry had expected this argument. It was a good one, actually. Malfoy was not stupid, had never been stupid, and his argument had enough procedural validity that 3 genuinely undecided members shifted uncomfortably in their seats during it. Harry let him finish. Then he stood. "Lord Malfoy makes a fair point about process," he said, and several people looked startled that he'd opened by conceding anything. "A full election would be ideal. The problem is that we are currently operating with no active minister, a ministry that has spent the past year publicly denying the return of Voldemort." The room flinched, at least a third of the members visibly, and a leadership vacuum that, if extended through a full election cycle of 3 to 6 months, leaves that denial as official policy for considerably longer. The magical public deserves a minister who will tell them the truth. Today, not in 6 months. He sat down. Marchbanks let the room absorb it. "A point of personal statement," Harry added, before anyone else could stand. "Lord Malfoy raises concerns about factionalism. I'd like to note that the ministerial nomination before us today was agreed under the terms of a magically binding compact satisfaction, which means it carries the legal weight of a fulfilled obligation and cannot be unwound without triggering the debt's return to active collection." He looked at Ragnarok, who inclined his head. "Voting against Bones's appointment is every member's right. But the procedural consequence is immediate resumption of debt collection proceedings against the ministry as an institution, which, per the compact, begins with individual member vaults as co-signatories to the institution's obligations." The chamber was very quiet. Rookwood, who had been very relaxed until about 30 seconds ago, sat up slightly straighter. "Are you threatening the Wisengamot?" Malfoy asked. Not angrily. Carefully. "I'm explaining the legal consequences of a particular vote," Harry said. "The distinction matters." Malfoy looked at him across the chamber with an expression that Harry had never quite seen on his face before, not the contempt of second year, not the menacing theater of fourth year. This was something more considered. Something that was, if Harry was reading it correctly, the early stages of a reassessment. The vote was 31 to 19 in favor of Bones. Rookwood voted against. Malfoy voted against. Several of the old money families voted against. But enough of them, including 3 who Harry would have predicted would follow Malfoy, broke away, and Marchbanks read the result in her flat, precise voice and banged her wand on the bench once more. Amelia Bones was appointed acting minister for magic, pending formal confirmation at the next scheduled general session. She accepted from the gallery, standing, with the manner of someone who was not going to make a speech when a nod would do, and the nod she gave contained a quality of controlled gravity that made half the chamber relax and the other half sit up straighter, which was, Harry thought, exactly the right response to generate. The secondary agenda items, the lordship registrations, the debt documentation, moved quickly. Marchbanks had clearly pre-read the Gringotts papers and was not going to waste time on things that were already legally settled. The registrations went through. The debt satisfaction was entered into the Wisengamot record. And then, just as Marchbanks was about to close the session, Neville Longbottom stood up. He didn't stand with any particular announcement. He just stood, quietly, in the Longbottom seat, and waited to be recognized. Marchbanks looked at him over the rim of her glasses. "Lord Longbottom," she said, and it was the first time anyone had called him that in this room, and Harry watched Neville's shoulders do something small and definitive when he heard it. "I'd like to put forward a motion," Neville said. His voice was steady. "For immediate review of the Azkaban detention protocols as applied to remand prisoners awaiting trial, specifically regarding use of Dementors as custodial staff. I'm requesting this be added to the agenda for the next formal session." The chamber stirred. It wasn't quiet, it was the particular sound of a room recalibrating, because what Neville had just done was take a step so procedurally correct and politically inconvenient for so many people simultaneously that it took a moment for everyone to process both things at once. "Seconded," Harry said. "Seconded," Sirius said, from the black seat, and his voice was, not shaking, exactly, but something adjacent to it, something that was very controlled and very real. "The motion is recorded," Marchbanks said. "It will appear on the next formal agenda." A pause, and her voice did something almost imperceptible, not softened, but acknowledged. "Lord Longbottom. The motion is properly made." Neville sat back down. Harry caught his eye and gave him a single nod. Neville let out a breath he'd been holding for what looked like the entire session. After, in the corridor outside the chamber, while the other members were filing out in their various configurations of fury, confusion, and carefully concealed intrigue, Lucius Malfoy walked up to Harry. Not charged, not confrontational, he simply fell into step beside him as the corridor thinned, and Harry let him, because he wanted to hear what Malfoy was going to say when the chamber wasn't watching. "That was neatly done," Malfoy said. "Thank you," Harry said. "You understand that the 19 who voted against Bones will not simply accept the outcome." "I know. Several of them have international contacts. The ICW has members who have a significant interest in maintaining the current structure of European magical governance." Malfoy paused. "A structure that certain financial interests underpin." "I know," Harry said again. "You're moving very quickly," Malfoy said. "I'm aware of that too." They walked a few more steps. Sirius was behind them, close enough that Harry could feel the very deliberate quality of his silence. Sirius, who had reasons to want to say many things to Lucius Malfoy, choosing not to, which was costing him. "What is it you actually want, Potter?" Malfoy asked. The Lord was conspicuously absent, but the tone wasn't contemptuous, it was direct. "Not the political objectives. What do you actually want?" Harry stopped walking. Malfoy stopped too. "A world where the government is afraid of the people it governs," Harry said, "instead of the other way around. Where Azkaban doesn't exist. Where a half-blood kid from Surrey can walk into the ministry without someone trying to figure out what angle he's working. Where Voldemort is defeated publicly, and everyone who served him is properly prosecuted, and the people who were coerced into it by threat of death to their families are given a fairer hearing than they got last time." He looked at Malfoy. "That's what I want." Malfoy was very still. "The last item on that list," he said carefully. "Is on the list," Harry said. "Where it goes depends on what the people it applies to do next." The two of them looked at each other for a long moment, not as enemies, not quite as anything else, but as two people who had just acknowledged something real and were both deciding what to do with it. Malfoy inclined his head. Not a bow, something more like a chess player acknowledging a good move. Then he walked away, unhurried, his cane clicking on the stone floor. Sirius appeared at Harry's shoulder. "Did you just," he started. "I left a door open," Harry said. "That's all." "He might not walk through it." "He might not," Harry agreed. "But I'm not going to lock it before he decides." Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then, James would have hexed him. James didn't have 4 rings and a ministry debt, Harry said. He had to work with different tools. They walked out of the ministry and into the afternoon sun, which was doing its best for a British Monday, and which felt, against every reasonable meteorological expectation, genuinely warm. The afternoon was Hermione's domain. She'd been working since the session ended, back at Grimmauld Place with Remus, building what she called the secondary legislative framework, all of the specific laws that needed to change now that Bones was in position, organized by urgency and political feasibility. She had them arranged on the conjured parchment walls in 3 columns, immediate, medium term, long game. The immediate column was the longest. Harry walked through it when he got back, Hermione talking beside him at a pace that suggested she'd been holding most of this in since Saturday and was only now getting to discharge it fully. "Azkaban reform is first," she said. "Neville's motion puts it on the formal agenda, but we need Bones to take it up as a ministerial initiative. That gives it more force and means it doesn't look like it's being driven by you personally, which is better politically." Agreed. The Dementor problem is actually 2 problems, the Dementors as guards, which is a ministry policy issue, and the Dementors as a species on British soil, which is a territorial enchantment issue. The territorial enchantment was signed by Henry Potter in 1722, which means, "It's mine to revoke," Harry said. "Technically yes." She paused at that section of the wall. "I want to make sure we're revoking it to something better, not just to nothing. Dispersing the Dementor population without a plan for where they go is going to create international incidents." "The ICW," Harry said. "Exactly. Which is the next layer." She moved along the wall. "Bones is going to need international support to hold her position against the families who voted against her. That support has to come from the ICW or it doesn't carry enough weight." "Which means, I need to go to the ICW," Harry said. "You need to convene the ICW," she corrected. "Under the Merlin Compact, you have the right to call a conclave. But calling it is different from having it go well. If you call it before you have enough support in the room, Voss buries it procedurally." Harry paused. He'd been doing more reading on Casimir Voss over the weekend, in the documents Ragnarok had pulled from the miscellaneous room, the one with the widest door. Voss was Grand Overseer of the International Confederation of Wizards, a position he'd held for 43 years, which was either a testament to his competence or a testament to his control of the selection process, and Harry suspected it was both. He was old, 200 and something, though the exact number was unclear, which was itself interesting. He had no recorded house affiliation, no publicly acknowledged family, no history before he appeared in ICW records in the early 1800s as a junior representative for what was then the Austro-Hungarian magical territory. He was, by every measure Harry could find, a man who had very carefully ensured that no one knew very much about him. "He knows about the rings by now," Harry said. "Almost certainly," Hermione said. "The Quibbler story was published this morning. International subscriptions are small but they exist. And if Fudge made any calls before he resigned, he did," Sirius said from the doorway, leaning against the frame with a plate of biscuits he'd apparently conjured. "I have it from 3 separate sources that Fudge flooded someone in Geneva Saturday afternoon. Right after he left Gringotts." Everyone looked at him. "I'm not completely useless," Sirius said mildly. "I spent 12 years thinking and the other 2 making contacts. I know people." "Who's in Geneva?" Neville asked. "The ICW's secondary administrative office," Hermione said, already writing. "So Voss knows," Harry said. Not alarmed. "Just noting it." "Voss knows," Sirius confirmed. "Which means we have," He looked at Harry with the expression of someone who had been in genuinely dangerous situations before and had a calibrated sense of the timeline, a week, maybe 10 days, before he makes a move. He'll be cautious. He's always cautious. But he'll do something. Then we need to be in Europe before he makes it, Harry said. That's going to require, Hermione started. Fleur, Harry said. Hermione stopped. You've been thinking about this. I've been thinking about this since the Continental Rooms on Wednesday, he said. The French ministry's debt is the most actionable European obligation. The Beauxbatons loan gives us a formal entry point into French magical governance, which is the largest single influence bloc in continental Europe. And Fleur Delacour is the daughter of Monsieur Delacour, who is a senior attaché to the French ministry. You want to use a Triwizard Tournament champion as a diplomatic contact, Hermione said. I want to ask someone I trust to make an introduction, Harry said. That's different. Hermione looked at him with the expression she used when she thought he was right, but the method made her slightly uncomfortable and she needed a moment to reconcile both things. She might say no. She might, Harry agreed. I'll ask nicely. When has asking nicely ever been your primary strategy? Sirius asked. It's a new approach, Harry said. I'm branching out. The letter to Fleur Delacour was harder to write than the one to Fudge, which was interesting given that Fudge's had contained a magically binding financial ultimatum and Fleur's contained a request for coffee. He wrote it 4 times. The first version was too formal. The second was too casual and sounded like he was nervous, which he wasn't, or at least not in the way the letter implied. The third had too much context too early, which made it feel like a briefing document rather than a message from one person to another. The fourth was, he thought, right. Fleur, I hope you're well. A lot has happened in the past week that I'd like to tell you about in person, if you're willing. I have a question that I think you're uniquely placed to answer, related to your family's position and some obligations between our governments that I've recently become aware of. I'd also genuinely like to talk to someone who isn't already in the middle of all of this. I'll be in London through the week, and can travel to Paris if that's easier. Harry he sent it with Hedwig, who departed through the Grimmauld Place kitchen window with the air of a bird who had been carrying significant correspondence lately and was not enjoying the sense of importance. She came back Wednesday morning with Fleur's reply, shorter than his, which he'd expected, because Fleur Delacour's economy with language was one of her more compelling qualities. Harry. Paris is easier. Thursday, noon. The Café Lune Argentée in the 7th, any flu-connected fireplace in the Wizarding Quarter will know it. Come alone or bring your friends, either is fine. I've read the Quibbler story. I have questions of my own. F. He read that last line twice. Then he showed it to Hermione, who said, she has questions of her own, in a tone that suggested this was either excellent or complicated. Then she said, take me. And possibly Sirius. She said alone or friends, Harry said. Sirius counts as either, depending on the day. Tuesday and Wednesday were filled with the secondary work, the things that had to be done after the dramatic part but before the next dramatic part, the scaffolding that made structures hold. Amelia Bones moved into the minister's office with the brisk efficiency of someone who'd been doing the real work anyway and was simply relocating to the appropriate room. She sent Harry a formal acknowledgement of the debt satisfaction documentation, a terse note that said the Dementor review was beginning immediately and that he should expect a formal legislative proposal within a fortnight, and, at the very bottom, in handwriting slightly less formal than the rest, thank you. Don't mistake this for a blank check. Harry had written back, I wouldn't. That's why I asked you specifically. She'd sent back a single word, good. Luna came to Grimmauld Place on Wednesday afternoon, which surprised everyone except Harry. She arrived through the flue with a satchel full of notebooks and the serene manner of someone who spent very little time being surprised by things. The response to Monday's issue was significant, she said, accepting tea from Remus as though she'd been here 100 times. We've had letters from 47 wizarding households. 31 of them want to know what they can do. 9 of them have information about ministry practices they'd like to share. 4 of them are threatening to cancel their subscriptions, but Daddy thinks they'll renew. And the other 3? Hermione asked. Auror Williamson wants to speak to Harry, Luna said. Privately. He says he has documentation about the Azkaban processing protocol that never made it to the Oversight Committee. Harry looked at her. How did Williamson know to contact you? He didn't, Luna said, with perfect tranquility. His wife did. She's been reading the Quibbler for years. She tilted her head slightly. People always underestimate how much information moves through the people that powerful men are married to. The room was quiet for a moment. Luna, Hermione said, slowly, do you want a formal role in this? Luna considered this with the seriousness she brought to everything. What would that mean? Intelligence, Harry said. Finding things. Talking to people who talk to you because they don't think you're going to do anything conventional with what they tell you. He paused. Which you aren't. No, Luna agreed pleasantly. I'm going to publish it. Or give it to us first, Harry said. And we'll tell you what's publishable and what needs to be held. Luna looked at him for a long moment with those pale, silvery eyes that always had the quality of seeing something slightly beyond what everyone else was looking at. Yes, she said simply. That's what I was going to do anyway. She reached into her satchel and pulled out a notebook. The ICW's current administrative structure, she said, opening it. Casimir Voss. Would you like what I have? Harry leaned forward. Very much. He's been Grand Overseer for 43 years, Luna said, but he had influence before that going back to at least the 1850s. He appears in correspondence from 3 separate European governments as an unnamed advisor. He doesn't take a position publicly on anything unless he's already won. She turned a page. He has, in that time, blocked or buried 11 separate attempts to reform the ICW's founding charter. Most recently in 1989, when the Indian Magical Congress proposed a revision that would have given smaller governments equal voting weight. The proposal died in committee. 3 of the 5 committee members who voted against it received significant financial benefits the following year. From a fund with no listed administrator. The room had gone very quiet. That's corruption, Neville said. That's a pattern, Luna said, which was more precise. Corruption requires proof. This requires, she looked at Harry, someone with standing to demand an audit of the ICW's financial records. The Merlin Compact, Harry said slowly. Does the compact give me standing to request ICW financial records? Hermione was already reaching for her own notes. The founding charter, Ragnarok said the compact gave you the right to convene a conclave if the ICW has failed in its founding purpose. The founding purpose includes financial transparency between member governments. She looked up. An audit request is within scope. It's not as dramatic as a conclave, Sirius said. No, Harry said. But it's the thing you do before the conclave to make sure the conclave lands right. He looked at Luna. Is there more? There's always more, Luna said, turning another page, and outside the grim old place windows London went about its Wednesday with its characteristic indifference, while inside, in a room that smelled of old wallpaper and Remus's tea and possibility, 5 people built the architecture of what came next. The rings on Harry's right hand caught the lamplight. 1 week ago, he'd been in his bedroom at the Dursleys, eating cornflakes alone. He thought about that for a moment, with a feeling that was too layered to be simply gratitude or satisfaction, something more complex, something that contained the weight of everything it had taken to get to this room, all the years of surviving things no one should have asked him to survive, and the recognition that surviving had, in the end, built something he was only now beginning to understand the shape of. He thought, Voss, next. He thought, but Paris first. He turned to the next page. Chapter 4, Continental Breakfast. The Fleur deposited Harry into the wizarding quarter of Paris's 7th arrondissement at 11:53 on a Thursday morning, which was excellent timing by his standards and suspicious by Hermione's. She stepped through behind him, brushing ash from her sleeve with the automatic efficiency of someone who'd been fluing since age 11 and had strong feelings about it. Sirius came last, arriving with considerably more momentum than the other two and catching himself on a decorative pillar with the practiced ease of a man who had never once arrived anywhere with dignity and had made peace with it. The flue point was inside a narrow tobacconist's shop that smelled of good pipe tobacco and old wood, run by a small wizard with an extraordinary mustache who glanced at Harry's rings, went very still for approximately 1 second, and then said, in accented English, "The Café Lune Argentée is 3 streets north, turn at the blue door," and returned to his tobacco with the determinedly incurious manner of a man in a business that depended on discretion. Outside, Paris was doing what Paris did in July, being unreasonably beautiful about it, the light catching on the stone buildings in that particular golden way that made everything look like it was lit for a painting. The Wizarding Quarter existed in the gap between 2 Haussmann-era blocks, accessible through an archway that Muggles' eyes slid past without engaging, and it was considerably more ornate than Diagon Alley, narrower, older, more vertical, with enchanted shop signs that moved in 3 dimensions and window displays that operated in defiance of several physical laws. "This is nice," Sirius said, looking around with the expression of someone who'd been largely confined to a house in London for 2 years and was experiencing the outside world with genuine appreciation. "Very nice. I'd forgotten France." "You've been to Paris?" Hermione asked. "Several times. Pre-Azkaban." He paused. "Everything pre-Azkaban feels like it happened to someone else. But yes. I remember liking it." He looked at a window display featuring enchanted clockwork birds. "Still do." Harry was navigating by the tobacconist's directions, which were perfectly accurate, 3 streets north, the blue door, and then immediately you could see the Café Lune Argentée because its sign was a crescent moon that shed actual silver light in a slow, rotating arc over the doorway, and because the outdoor tables were occupied by witches and wizards having long French lunches with the practiced ease of people who took long lunches very seriously indeed. Fleur was already there. She was at a corner table inside rather than out, which Harry noted as a deliberate choice. Inside meant less visible, which meant she was treating this as a working meeting rather than a social one, which meant she'd thought about it. She had a coffee in front of her and a folder that she closed when she saw them come through the door, not quickly, just neatly. She'd changed since the Triwizard Tournament, not in any single obvious way but in the accumulated way of someone who'd been doing real work in the world and it had refined rather than worn them. She was sharper, somehow. The Vila quality of her appearance was still present but it had settled into something that was simply part of her rather than leading her, the way a sharp knife becomes less noticeable once you understand it as a tool rather than a weapon. She stood to greet them, kissed Hermione's cheeks in the French manner, nodded to Sirius with the recognition of someone who knew his name and reputation and had sorted through the reputation to find the person, and then looked at Harry with directness and something that was very nearly amusement. "You have been busy," she said. "The week got away from me," Harry agreed. They sat. A waiter appeared with the supernatural promptness of French café staff who can tell when a table has moved from the waiting stage to the ordering stage. Harry asked for coffee. Sirius asked for wine, which was denied by Hermione on the grounds that it was noon and they had work to do, and he settled for coffee with a grace that suggested he'd expected to be denied and had asked anyway on principle. "I read the Quibbler story 3 times, Fleur said, wrapping both hands around her cup. "The debt documentation, how much of that is confirmed goblin record?" "All of it," Harry said. "Ragnarok authenticated every document personally. And the Slytherin connection through your mother's line. Blood verified by the ring." She studied him for a moment. Not appraising, thinking. "The French ministry received a communication Tuesday morning from the ICW's administrative office. Routine language. Noting that certain irregularities in British magical governance had come to their attention and requesting that member governments exercise caution in engaging with, and I'm paraphrasing, unofficial British representatives pending formal ICW review." Harry picked up his coffee. "Voss moves fast." "Voss moves carefully," Fleur corrected. "Fast would have been Tuesday morning." This is Tuesday morning in a way that looks like caution. The distinction is that he's already decided what he wants to do, he's simply building the paper trail to justify it retroactively. Hermione made a small sound that was her version of admiration for an adversary's technique. He's trying to establish that you're unofficial before you invoke the compact, she said to Harry. Which would make the conclave request procedurally questionable, Harry said. Smart. Extremely smart, Fleur said. My father thinks so too. He wants to meet you. Harry paused with his coffee halfway to his mouth. Your father. He is a senior attaché to the French ministry, Fleur said, with the barest trace of something that might have been a smile. He has been a senior attaché for 12 years. He has seen 6 ministers come and go. He has outlasted them all because he is very good at knowing which direction the wind blows. She looked steadily at Harry. He thinks the wind has changed direction this week in a way it has not changed in his professional lifetime, and he would like to have dinner with you tonight. The Beauxbatons debt, Harry said. Among other things, yes. What are the other things? He will tell you himself. She picked up her coffee. He is not a man who sends his daughter to deliver all of his messages. Only the first one. Sirius was watching Fleur with the expression he got when he'd recalibrated an initial assessment and was working with the new information. The French ministry received the ICW communication Tuesday. How many other governments do you think got the same letter? All of them, Fleur said. The ICW has 47 member governments. Voss would not leave gaps. But the letter only has weight if the governments believe it, if they think you are, in fact, an unofficial actor operating outside legitimate channels. Which I'm not, Harry said. No. But you need to establish that quickly, visibly, and in a way that Voss cannot administratively dismiss. She leaned forward slightly. The Merlin Compact is your foundation. But a compact invoked by one person in a document room is very different from a compact invoked by one person who is already in relationship with 11 member governments before the conclave is called. She looked at him. You understand the difference. I need the table set before I sit down, Harry said. You need the table set before Voss realizes you're setting it. Hermione had produced a notebook from somewhere and was writing with her left hand while drinking coffee with her right. How many governments do you think your father can facilitate introductions to? Directly? 4 or 5. The French sphere of influence covers Belgium, Luxembourg, the French Caribbean territories. Less directly, Fleur tilted her head, with appropriate messaging, perhaps 8 or 9 more who are within the French diplomatic network. That's enough for a majority bloc, Hermione said, if we add the British government, which we already have, and the Bulgarian Confederation, which owes the Slytherin estate maintenance payments, and, I need to talk to Victor, Harry said. Hermione looked up. Something complicated moved through her face. Crumb. He's a national hero in Bulgaria. His opinion carries weight. Harry paused. And I think he'll listen. You haven't spoken to him since the tournament, Hermione said. I'll write to him this afternoon, Harry said. We got on. He's not stupid and he's not a conformist. He looked at Fleur. Neither are you. I want to know why you're helping. The question landed clearly, and Fleur received it the same way. She set down her coffee. Because Voldemort is coming, she said, without any performance around it. Not just to Britain. He will not stop at Britain, and every government that spends the next 2 years arguing about jurisdiction and protocol and official channels is a government that is not preparing. Voss's stable world is only stable for the people at the top of it, and I grew up knowing what it costs people at the bottom when the people at the top protect their stability at everyone else's expense. A pause. Also, you killed a basilisk at 12 and a dragon at 14 and pulled my sister out of a black lake. I have some basis for thinking you're worth backing. Sirius looked at Harry with an expression that said, very clearly, I like her. Dinner tonight, Harry said to Fleur. What time? 8, she said. My father's house in the 6th. I'll send directions through the flue. She began gathering her things, then paused. One more thing. There is a woman who arrived in Paris yesterday. She checked into a wizarding hotel in the Marais under a name that is not her own. She had a meeting this morning with the French Ministry's Deputy Director of International Relations. Voss's representative? Hermione asked. Unknown. But she is wearing ICW administrative colors, which they do not wear socially. Fleur stood, smoothing her coat. I noticed her because she was watching your fleur point. She left enough galleons on the table for the coffees and walked out with the unhurried confidence of someone who'd said everything they intended to say. The three of them sat for a moment in the wake of her departure. She was watching our fleur point, Sirius said. We arrived 7 minutes ago, Hermione said. Which means she knew we were coming. Which means either the Gringotts fleur point isn't as private as we assumed, or someone told someone we were coming, Harry said. He looked at his right hand. The Merlin ring caught the café light. Not necessarily malicious, Remus would have said, had he been there. Possibly just someone keeping Voss informed. Either way, Harry said, we need to assume we're being watched. Constant vigilance, Sirius said, with the darkly funny edge of someone who'd spent years under Moody's particular brand of paranoia. Something like that, Harry said, and left money for the tip. The afternoon was spent in the Wizarding Quarter, which was partly productive and partly serious, experiencing Paris with the intensity of a man making up for lost time, which Harry didn't have the heart to rush. They found a bookshop that had an entire section dedicated to international magical law, smaller governments, regional compacts, the evolution of the ICW Charter through its 17 revisions. Hermione spent 45 minutes in there and came out with 6 books and an expression of intellectual satisfaction that Harry associated with her having found exactly what she needed. He made 3 fleur calls from the tobacconists, which the mustachioed wizard facilitated with absolute discretion and what Harry suspected was a professional enjoyment of the whole business. The first was to Ragnarok, updating him on the ICW communication to the French ministry and asking for parallel confirmation of how many other member governments had received the same letter. The second was to Amelia Bones, brief and informational, she needed to know about Voss's preemptive move. The third was to Luna, who answered from what sounded like the middle of a busy room and said, before Harry had finished explaining, Voss has a representative traveling. I know. We're already on it. Then she said, say hello to Paris from me, and ended the call. Harry stood in the tobacconist's for a moment after, looking at the fireplace. He was beginning to understand that Luna's information network was not a thing she'd assembled after he'd asked her to help. It was a thing she'd been assembling for years, quietly, in the background of a life that most people had dismissed as eccentric and therefore not worth watching. Which was, he realized, exactly how she'd wanted it. He wrote to Victor Crumb from a table in a pâtisserie that Sirius had insisted on the grounds that he hadn't had a genuine French pastry in 16 years and this was a medical necessity. Victor, I know it's been a while. I need to talk to you about something that requires a degree of trust one understand I haven't had time to earn back through correspondence. The short version is that I've discovered obligations owed to my family's estates by several European magical governments, including the Bulgarian Confederation, and I'm in the early stages of something that I think will matter to every wizarding government in Europe. I'd value your opinion. I'd value it more in person. Can we meet? Harry P. He added, after a moment's thought, Hermione sends her regards. Then crossed that out because he hadn't asked her. Then wrote it back in because it was true, she would, and left it. He sent it through the pâtisserie's owl post, which operated from a small upper window and was run by a wizard who charged twice Diagon Alley prices and worth it because the delivery time was guaranteed. Monsieur Delacour's house in the 6th arrondissement was the kind of house that didn't announce itself. From the street it was simply a door, beautiful, very old, the wood worn smooth by centuries of hands, set into a stone facade that had been there long enough to have opinions about the neighborhood. You had to know to press the small brass plate at eye level, and if you pressed it with a finger wearing a specific kind of magical ring, the door didn't just open, it recognized. Harry felt at the moment his ring hand touched the plate. Not hostility or welcome, just acknowledgement, the way old magic recognizes old magic, like two people in a crowd who've never met but have heard of each other. They were shown in by a house elf who was neither subservient nor resentful but simply efficient, which Harry found refreshing. The interior was what you'd expect from a French magical household of significant age, not ostentatious, but deep, the kind of space that had been lived in and worked in and occasionally celebrated in for generations, with the particular quality of rooms that have accumulated meaning rather than decoration. Apollon Delacour met them in the hall, Fleur's mother, and the source of the Vila quality, rendered in the form of a woman in her mid-40s who had the same precise directness as her daughter but wrapped in the warmer manner of someone who'd had more decades to practice putting people at ease. She greeted Sirius by name, which surprised him, and Hermione with the particular recognition of a woman who had read the Quibbler's story and registered which bylines were important. Then she looked at Harry, and at his hand, and said something in French that Fleur, appearing from the next room, translated with a slight compression of her lips that suggested the translation was slightly edited. "My mother says the rings are more beautiful than she'd imagined," Fleur said. She had imagined them. She'd heard about them? Harry asked. "The Emery's Compact is not unknown in France," Apollon said, in accented but very good English. "My grandmother's grandmother wrote about it. She said that when the Compact's heir appeared, the ICW would have a very interesting problem." A pause, and her eyes were warm and very sharp simultaneously. She was not wrong. Monsieur Delacour was in the dining room, which was exactly the right place for him, a compact man of around 50 in excellent robes, with Fleur's economy of movement and the particular quality of senior diplomatic staff everywhere, which is that they listen first, speak second, and when they speak, every word has been selected already. He stood when they entered, shook hands with each of them in turn, paused when he reached Harry and looked at the rings the way a man looks at a document he's been expecting for a long time. "Lord Potter," he said. "Please, sit. We have a great deal to discuss and I thought we might manage it over dinner, which is more civilized than an office, and which my wife will not forgive me for skipping." The dinner was, as promised, civilized. It was also, in the way of meals that serve as working sessions, efficient. Food moved alongside conversation without interrupting it, and by the time they'd finished the first course, Sebastian Delacour had laid out the French ministry's position with the clean precision of someone who had been sorting his thoughts into order since Tuesday. "The Beauxbatons debt," he said, setting down his fork with the careful manner of someone who understood that putting objects down without sound was a form of emphasis. "The French ministry has known about it. Not all of them, successive ministers have been briefed on it under advisory terms. The advice has uniformly been to leave it dormant. Because calling it due would require acknowledging it," Hermione said. "Because calling it due would require resources and political capital that no minister wanted to spend on a historical obligation from the 14th century, Delacour said, with the mild precision of a man who found historical revisionism professionally irritating. "The actual enchantments on Beauxbatons Palace have been deteriorating for 3 decades as a result. The maintenance payments were supposed to fund their upkeep. They have not been funded. The palace has had 3 significant structural incidents in the past 10 years. "I remember," Fleur said quietly. "The East Wing in 1994. The official explanation was weather," Delacour said. "It was not weather." Harry looked at his wine, thought about this, looked up. "What does France need from this arrangement?" Delacour looked at him with something that was almost a smile. "You are direct. I find it saves time." "Yes." He folded his hands on the table. "France needs 3 things. First, a maintenance agreement that restores and funds the Beauxbatons enchantments, not from French ministry funds, which are committed, but from the estate's debt satisfaction, structured as a trust. Second, formal acknowledgement that the French ministry has operated in good faith in its relationship with the ICW, which matters because Voss has leverage over governments he can accuse of historical irregularities," Hermione said. "Precisely. Third." He paused. "We need assurance that what you are building is something, and not merely the dismantling of something. Harry met his eyes. I'm not dismantling anything that works. I'm replacing what doesn't. And you believe you have the standing to determine which is which? I believe the ICW's own founding charter gives me the right to call a conclave to make that determination collectively, Harry said. I'm not asking France to trust my judgment. I'm asking France to be in the room when the judgment is made. Delacour was quiet for a moment. Outside the dining room windows, Paris was moving toward evening, and the light had shifted to that particular shade of amber that the city did in summer evenings, the sky above the rooftops going from gold to rose to something that wasn't quite either. The woman watching your flow point this morning, Delacour said. Her name is Isabeau Renard. She is a mid-level ICW administrator, competent but not exceptional. Voss uses her for diplomatic messaging precisely because she is not impressive enough to trigger alarm in the people she meets with. He picked up his wine. She met with our Deputy Director of International Relations for 40 minutes. She was carrying a document that I have, this afternoon, obtained a summary of. How? Sirius asked, with pure professional curiosity. Delacour glanced at him. I have been a senior attaché for 12 years, Lord Black. Sirius accepted this with a small nod of respect. The document, Delacour continued, is a proposed ICW resolution. It is labeled as an emergency governance measure. It proposes that any invocation of the Emery's Compact be subject to a preliminary validation committee, a committee, naturally, with membership appointed by the Grand Overseer's office. The table was quiet. He's trying to gatekeep the compact, Hermione said. Before you invoke it, he wants to create a process that he controls that determines whether you're allowed to invoke it. Which he can then delay indefinitely, Harry said. Or reject outright, Delacour said. If the resolution passes. Can he get it passed? Sirius asked. He needs 34 votes from 47-member governments, Delacour said. He currently has support from approximately 20. But he is working. And he has resources we do not fully understand. The fund, Harry said, remembering what Luna had told him. The unnamed fund that financially benefited the committee members who killed the 1989 Indian proposal. Delacour's eyes sharpened. You know about that. I have a good researcher, Harry said. Delacour looked at Fleur. Fleur looked at Harry. If that fund could be documented, Delacour said carefully, and connected to Voss specifically, it would change the vote, Hermione finished. Governments that received money from it would have to distance themselves from him. Governments that were harmed by the proposals it killed would have standing to object. We'd need the financial records, Harry said. The Merlin Compact, Hermione said, already working it through. You have standing to request an ICW audit. If Ragnarok submits the request formally, under Goblin financial law, the ICW is obligated to respond. Obligated under the same founding charter that Voss is trying to amend, Sirius said. Which means he'd have to choose between complying with the audit request, which exposes the fund, and refusing it, which is itself a violation of the charter. Either way he loses ground, Harry said. Either way, Delacour agreed. But he will not choose quietly. If you push him into that position, he will escalate. Good, Harry said. Delacour looked at him steadily. You want him to escalate. I want him visible, Harry said. Right now he's operating in the spaces between official positions, the communication that looks routine, the resolution drafted before anyone knows to object to it, the administrator watching a flow point. When he escalates, he has to step into the light. And in the light, I have the compact and he has bureaucracy. Delacour was quiet for a moment. Then he picked up his wine and held it toward Harry, not quite a toast, more an acknowledgement. France will support the conclave, he said. When it is called. I will make the introductions you need within our diplomatic network. I cannot promise every government will come, but I can promise that the ones we reach will have heard a more complete picture than Voss's communication provided. That's all I'm asking, Harry said. Fleur, beside him, said something in French to her mother. Her mother replied, and whatever she said made Fleur's expression do something small and complicated that resolved, after a moment, into a kind of satisfaction. Sirius, who apparently spoke French, or enough of it, looked at Harry and raised an eyebrow, and Harry looked back at him with the expression of someone who was not going to ask what was just said in front of the people who said it. The Bulgarian response, Delacour said, returning the conversation to logistics. Have you? I wrote this afternoon, Harry said. I expect an answer within the week. Victor Crumb, Delacour said, and there was a recognition there, the name of a man who moved through political circles even when he appeared to be only moving through Quidditch ones. He is more politically aware than his public image suggests. Most people are, Harry said. They flood back to London after 11, which put them into the Grimmauld Place kitchen in the right sequence this time, Harry first, Hermione second, Sirius last in a shower of sparks that creature, passing through with a sullen expression, regarded with the profound world-weariness of a house elf who had been managing this fireplace for decades. Remus was in the kitchen with tea already made, which was simply who Remus was as a person. Good evening, he asked. Very productive, Hermione said, dropping into a chair and pulling her notebook out immediately. France is with us, Harry said. Voss is trying to gatekeep the compact, Sirius said, pouring tea with the automatic ease of someone who'd been in this kitchen long enough to know where everything was. He's circulating a resolution to member governments that would require any compact invocation to go through a validation committee he controls. Remus received this information in the way he received everything, completely, without visible reaction. Then he said, how many votes does he need? 34, Harry said. He has approximately 20. But he's shopping, Remus said. He's shopping, Harry confirmed. How long before the resolution is formally presented? Delacour thinks within 3 weeks, Hermione said, writing. Which means we have 3 weeks to get enough governments committed to the conclave to make the resolution politically non-viable. That's aggressive. That's the timeline, Harry said. He sat down at the table and accepted his tea. Remus, I need you to do something. Remus waited. The Hogwarts land rights, Harry said. The Slytherin quarter. I haven't done anything with them yet, and I need them on the record before we get to the conclave, because the ICW has ties to Hogwarts through the European Magical Education Council, and if there's a question about Hogwarts' legal foundation it's another angle Voss can use. He paused. But claiming it formally means telling Dumbledore. Remus was quiet for a moment. You want me to be there when you do? I want someone who can speak to the magical law components, Harry said. But yes. Also that. You could avoid it, Remus said carefully. Claiming the Hogwarts rights doesn't require, I'm not avoiding it, Harry said. I'm just, doing the other things first. A pause. He's going to have opinions about the pace of this. He has opinions about everything, Sirius said, without particular heat, it was simply a fact. The question is whether his opinions are going to translate into action that makes your life more difficult. I don't know yet, Harry said. That's why I want Remus there. Remus looked at him steadily. You think I'll be able to predict what he does? I think you know him better than almost anyone alive, Harry said. And I trust your read more than my own on this one, because my read is complicated. Remus nodded once. I'll go with you. When you're ready. Soon, Harry said. Not yet. He drank his tea. The kitchen was quiet in the way of kitchens late at night, the domestic quiet of a house that had taken in people who needed it and was doing its old house best to provide warmth. The rings on his right hand caught the kitchen lamplight. Victor Crumb's response arrived while he was finishing his second cup, which was faster than any owl should have managed across that distance, which meant either Victor had very good owls or he'd been expecting contact. The note was brief. 3 lines. Victor's handwriting was heavy and deliberate, like everything Victor did. Potter. Thursday in Paris, I think. Friday in Sofia. I have information about the ICW communication and I prefer to give it in person. Come alone if you can. VK Harry read it twice. Then he looked at Hermione and showed it to her. She read it. Her expression moved through several things. He already knew about the communication. He was expecting us to contact him, Harry said. Which means someone else may have already tried. Voss, Sirius said. Or someone working for Voss, Harry said. Victor's saying come alone. Which might mean he doesn't want anyone to know we're meeting. Or it might mean he's about to tell you something that he doesn't want recorded, Hermione said. Same thing, Harry said. I'll go tomorrow morning. Alone? Hermione asked, and the word contained several arguments. He asked for alone, Harry said. I'll respect that. She looked at him. He looked back. The argument happened in the space of about 4 seconds without any words. Fine, she said. But Sirius is in Sofia somewhere. Not at the meeting, but in the city, Sirius said. Absolutely. I'll find a cafe. I've been to Sofia. Good coffee. You've been everywhere, Neville said, from the doorway, appearing with the slightly disoriented expression of someone woken by floor noises. I had an eventful youth, Sirius said. Harry wrote back to Victor, Friday morning, 10 o'clock. Tell me where. And send it back with the same owl, which accepted the return note with the professional demeanor of a bird that knew it was doing important work. Then he sat back and looked at the ceiling and thought about Voss, about a man who had spent 40 years building a structure and was now, for the first time in those 40 years, watching someone from outside it move faster than he'd anticipated. He thought about what Delacour had said, he will escalate. Good, he'd said back, and he'd meant it. Because Voss operating in the dark was a problem Harry couldn't fully address. Voss stepping into the light was a problem Harry had 4 rings and a goblin bank and a French diplomatic network and an intelligence operation run by a girl everyone had underestimated and the most honest woman in British magical government and the best strategist in his year and the second best tactical mind in the wizarding world sitting around his kitchen table. He thought, come on then. He finished his tea. He went to bed. Chapter 5, The Serpent's old friend Sophia in July was hot in a way that meant business. Not the polite warmth of Paris or the variable compromise of London, but a proper heat that pressed down from a sky the color of hammered bronze and bounced back up from cobblestones that had been absorbing it since morning. Harry stepped out of the wizarding quarters Flow Point, a tea house on a street that didn't appear on any Muggle map, run by an elderly witch who spoke no English and communicated exclusively through pointing and the occasional approving noise, and felt the heat settle on him like a second set of clothes. Victor's directions had been specific. A street, a building, a door that was green but would be red if you'd been expected. The door was red. Harry knocked once. Victor opened it himself, which was the first thing that told Harry this meeting was off any official record. No aide, no assistant, no security detail, just Victor Crumb, 6 feet of Bulgarian national hero in plain clothes, looking at Harry with those dark deep-set eyes that had always given the impression of a man thinking something considerably more complex than whatever he was saying. Come in, Victor said. Quickly. The interior was a working apartment, not grand, not minimal, the kind of space that someone used rather than occupied. Books in Bulgarian and English stacked on horizontal surfaces. A table with coffee already set. Maps pinned to one wall with the deliberateness of someone who thought spatially. You are being followed, Victor said, closing the door and warding it with 2 spells Harry recognized and a third he didn't. Since the Flow Point. 1 person. They stayed at the corner. I know, Harry said. Sirius is in the city. He'll be watching them. Victor looked at him. Something in his expression shifted, not quite a smile, but the acknowledgement that a smile had been considered. Good. He gestured at the table. Sit. Coffee? Please. Victor poured, sat, and looked at Harry's right hand with the frank directness of someone who had made their peace with staring. The rings, he said. The rings, Harry confirmed. I read the Quibbler story. 3 times. He said it in the same rhythm Fleur had, which suggested that 3 times was apparently the number of times a careful person needed to read something this significant before accepting it as real. The Slytherin connection through your mother. This was not known. Not publicly. Not to the ICW, Victor said, and the way he said it meant something specific. Because I have read the ICW's file on you. They have one. They have files on everyone of significant magical potential, which is standard. But yours, he paused, choosing words, yours has been altered. Harry put down his coffee. Altered how, he said. The Evans line section, Victor said. In the original file, which I saw because I have a contact in the ICW Administrative Archive who owes me a favor from 1993, the Evans family magical ancestry is noted as unknown but significant. This is the standard language when goblin blood testing has confirmed heritage but the specific line has not been formally traced. He looked at Harry. In the current file, the same section reads, Muggle-born. No notable ancestry. The language was changed in 1992. The kitchen was very quiet. 1992, Harry said. The year I started Hogwarts. The year you became publicly known as a student at Hogwarts, Victor said. Yes. Who authorized the change? The authorization code belongs to a mid-level ICW records administrator who retired in 1994. The administrator's retirement was, Victor made a small gesture that was more eloquent than words, sudden. She lives now in a small village in Montenegro. She does not give interviews. Harry looked at his coffee. Then at the maps on Victor's wall. Then at Victor. This is why you wanted to meet alone, he said. Because this information in the wrong hands before I've used it, makes the wrong people very nervous in the wrong order, Victor said. Yes. He sat back. There is more. Tell me. The ICW communication that went to member governments this week, Victor said. The one recommending caution in engaging with you. I received it. I also received, separately, a private communication from Voss's office. Not official, through personal channel. Very polite. It reminded me that the Bulgarian Confederation's favorable trading terms with 4 Western European magical governments are facilitated through ICW frameworks that require Voss's administrative support to maintain. He paused. It reminded me of this in the same letter in which it mentioned your name. He threatened your trade agreements, Harry said. He reminded me of facts, Victor said, with precision. There is a legal difference. Is there a practical one? Victor's expression was the answer. The Bulgarian Confederation's debt to the Slytherin estate, Harry said. The border ward maintenance payments that lapsed in the 14th century. Have you read the documentation? Ragnar's office sent it Friday morning. I have read it. Victor looked at him. The eastern wards have been maintained by Bulgarian magical engineers for 300 years at significant national cost because the original enchantment frameworks, which were Slytherins, are beyond our technical capacity to replace. We have been funding the maintenance of something we do not own and cannot rebuild. A pause. This is frustrating. I'd like to restructure it, Harry said. Not call the debt in the financial sense, I don't want gold. I want a formal maintenance partnership. The Bulgarian engineers continue the work they're already doing, the estate provides the foundational enchantment schematics from the Slytherin vault that they've never had access to, and the debt is considered satisfied through ongoing service. Your engineers get the tools to actually do the job. Your government gets the obligation cleared. Victor was very still for a moment. The schematics, he said. Slytherin's original ward schematics. They're in the vault. I've seen them. They're complete. Every Eastern European magical government has been trying to understand those frameworks for centuries, Victor said, very quietly. The ward structures extend beyond Bulgaria. There are echoes of the same enchantment running through Romania, northern Greece, parts of what is now magical Serbia. If the schematics could be shared, under a regional cooperation agreement, Harry said. Not just Bulgaria. A consortium. The estate provides the intellectual foundation, the regional governments provide the engineering work, and the whole arrangement operates under a shared maintenance treaty. Victor looked at him for a long moment. You have thought about this. Since Wednesday, Harry said. In 4 days. I had good documentation. Most people, Victor said, would have simply demanded the debt payment and moved on. Most people don't have a grand plan for the ICW, Harry said. No, Victor said. They don't. He looked at the maps on his wall, then back. I will support the conclave. Officially. The Bulgarian Confederation will send a formal affirmation of the Merlin Compact's validity, which is a statement that goes into the ICW's own record and cannot be administratively buried without the Confederation noticing. He paused. And I will ask 3 questions about the ICW's financial records at the next Administrative Council meeting. Publicly. In a way that requires a formal response. That draws fire, Harry said. I am a famous Quidditch player, Victor said, with the dry humor of someone who had spent years leveraging an incongruous public image. People find it very hard to make me look threatening. I am useful for drawing fire. He picked up his coffee. Also, I am not afraid of Voss. Why not? Victor considered this with the same gravity he brought to everything. Because I watched you take on a Hungarian horntail with a summoning charm and a broomstick, and then watched you disappear into a hedge maze and come back with a dead body and Voldemort's declaration of war, and I thought, that person will not let the world stay broken out of political convenience. He put his cup down. So when I heard you had 4 rings and were moving, I thought, yes. That makes sense. And I am not afraid of anyone you are not afraid of. Harry didn't know what to do with that, exactly, so he did what he always did with things he didn't know what to do with. He moved past it. The altered file, he said. Can your contact get documentation? Something that establishes when the change was made and what authorization was used. Already requested, Victor said. It will take a week. The archive is very organized. Very organized archives take longer to navigate than disorganized ones because the retrieval trail is cleaner and therefore more visible. The woman following me from the flow point, Harry said. ICW administrative colors. ICW, Victor confirmed. Lower level. She is surveillance, not action. He paused. Voss escalates slowly. He prefers not to escalate at all, his entire method is prevention rather than response. The fact that he is watching you means he is deciding what to prevent. Give him something to prevent, Harry said. Victor looked at him. The audit request, Harry said. Ragnarok is submitting it to the ICW this week under Goblin financial law. When it hits, Voss has to choose between compliance and refusal. Either way, he's reacting instead of preempting. He paused. I'd like that choice to land on his desk the same day your questions hit the Administrative Council. Victor's expression did the thing where a smile was considered and then superseded by something more strategic. Coordination, he said. Coordination, Harry agreed. I will need the date the audit request is filed. I'll send it the moment Ragnarok confirms. Harry stood. One more thing. Voss's private channel to you, the one with the trade agreement reminder. Can you get me the name of the person who sent it? I have it, Victor said, and wrote it on a slip of parchment without looking up, a name Harry didn't recognize, 2 words, the second of which was a clearly continental European construction. He is Voss's senior aide. He signs communications that Voss wants deniable. Harry looked at the name. Pocketed it. Thank you, he said, and meant it with a specificity that he didn't often bring to those 2 words. Victor walked him to the door. Unwarded it, checked the street in a way that was casual enough to look casual and professional enough not to be. The regional consortium, Victor said, as Harry stepped out. For the ward schematics. If you are serious about it, I'm serious about everything, Harry said. Yes, Victor said. I thought so. A pause. Romania will be interested. I can make an introduction. Send it to Hermione, Harry said. She's managing the coordination. Miss Granger, Victor said, and something almost fond moved through his voice. Of course. He nodded once. Good luck, Harry. Harry walked back into the Sophia heat, which was still considerable, and found Sirius leaning against a wall at the street corner approximately 30 meters from Victor's building, eating a pastry and apparently watching pigeons with great interest while, Harry was entirely certain, maintaining a precise peripheral awareness of everyone within 50 meters. The tail? Harry said. Gone, Sirius said. Walked away about 20 minutes in, which means they were here to confirm the meeting happened, not to listen to it. They got what they came for and left. He looked at Harry. You get what you came for. And more, Harry said. The ICW has an altered file on me. Someone changed my heritage records in 1992. Sirius stopped mid-bite. Harry told him everything, walking back toward the flow point through streets that were warming toward midday. Sirius listened without interrupting, which was not his natural state and meant he was processing something significant. The file change, Sirius said, when Harry finished. 1992, before third year. Before everything got significantly worse. Before the Triwizard Tournament, Harry said. Before I became, specifically relevant to international politics. Someone was managing information about you, Sirius said. Someone with ICW access. Which either points to Voss, Harry said, or to someone Voss was working with. Or, someone Voss didn't know about, Sirius said quietly. They walked. Dumbledore has ICW connections, Harry said, not because he'd decided what it meant, but because not saying it felt worse. He has an Order of Merlin, Sirius said. First class. The ICW gave it to him in 1945. He's been a corresponding member of their educational council since 1963. He looked at the pavement. He could have had access. I'm not saying it was him, Harry said. No, Sirius said. You're saying it could have been. Which is different and worse in its own way. A pause. We need to know before the conclave. If Dumbledore is, he stopped. If he's been protecting you in ways that required managing your identity at the ICW level, that's one thing. If he's been managing your identity for other reasons, that's something else, Harry said. The flow point was ahead. The elderly witch in the tea house was watching them approach with the expression of someone who had seen many things in her long life and was content to see more. We go to Hogwarts, Harry said. I was going to do it anyway. We go, we claim the Slytherin land rights formally, we talk to Dumbledore. He looked at Sirius. All of it at once. When? Tomorrow, Harry said. Before anything else moves. They were back in London by early afternoon, and the Grimmauld Place kitchen had, in their absence, become the operational center it was increasingly resembling, Hermione at the table with 3 open books and her conjured parchment walls visible through the doorway, Remus reviewing documents in the armchair by the window, Neville writing correspondence at the counter with the methodical care of someone who'd been told what needed doing and was doing it precisely, and Luna sitting on the kitchen table itself, cross-legged, reading from a notebook while Creature moved around her with the sullen expertise of a house elf who had concluded that the invasion of his kitchen was permanent and was making the best of it. Victor's in, Harry said, dropping into a chair. He'll formally affirm the compact's validity, and he'll raise questions about ICW finances at the next Administrative Council meeting. We need a date for Ragnarok's audit submission so we can coordinate. I was going to say Tuesday, Hermione said, without looking up. But if we're coordinating with Victor, Monday is better, the Administrative Council meets Tuesdays. The audit landing Monday gives Voss less than 24 hours to prepare a response before Victor's questions go on the public record. Monday, Harry said. Tell Ragnarok. Already drafted, she said, which meant she'd anticipated this by some margin. She looked up. How was Victor? Good, Harry said. Careful. Smart. A pause. He told me the ICW altered my heritage file. Changed it from unknown significant ancestry to Muggleborn. In 1992. The room stopped. Neville's quill paused on the parchment. Remus looked up from his armchair with an expression that was very controlled and very alert. Luna closed her notebook. Hermione set down her book. Someone changed your file, she said. And retired the administrator who did it, Harry said. She lives in Montenegro and doesn't give interviews. 1992, Remus said carefully. The year you entered Hogwarts. Yes. Harry. Remus set down his own documents. I want to say something carefully. Say it however you need to. Dumbledore has spent 17 years protecting you, Remus said. I believe that is genuinely true. I also believe that protection and transparency are not the same thing, and that Dumbledore has historically treated them as interchangeable when it suited his strategy. He looked at the table. The file change could have been Voss operating independently, managing a potential threat before it materialized. It could have been someone working for Voss. It could have been Dumbledore managing information about you for protective reasons. It could have been Dumbledore managing information about you for strategic reasons that weren't purely about your welfare. He looked up. I don't know which. I need to know before I can say which. We'll ask him, Harry said. Yes, Remus said. Tomorrow, you said. Tomorrow, Harry confirmed. Luna said, from the table, there's a fourth possibility. Everyone looked at her. Someone at the ICW altered the file, she said, because they knew what you would become, and they wanted to make sure that when you became it, you would not have the documentation to prove the Slytherin lineage without the ring. Which means they knew the ring existed and they expected you to find it. She tilted her head. That's not Voss. Voss would have suppressed the ring's existence, not your file. Suppressing the file is the action of someone who wanted the ring to remain the only proof. Why? Neville asked. Because it makes the claim more dramatic, Luna said. And harder to fake. A file can be forged. A ring cannot. The kitchen was very quiet. She's saying someone set it up, Sirius said slowly. Not to harm Harry. To make the claim, when Harry made it, unimpeachable. I'm saying it's possible, Luna said. I'm also saying that person would have needed ICW access and a very long view. She looked at Harry. How long a view depends on who knew about the vault. Ragnarok, Harry said. Ragnarok knew. Ragnarok has been director of Gringotts London for 200 years, Remus said. The thought settled into the room like something with weight. I'll ask him, Harry said. When we go in on Monday for the audit filing. He looked around the table. What else has happened today? 3 things, Hermione said, picking her book back up with the manner of someone returning to a task. First, Amelia Bones has formally announced the Dementor Review as a ministerial initiative, which makes it official policy and means it goes to the Wisengamot at the next session with ministerial backing. Second, she paused, and her tone shifted slightly, the Daily Prophet has reversed course. Their editor published an editorial this morning acknowledging that the Quibbler's Monday story was accurate and that the Prophet failed in its responsibility to report it. She looked up, it's quite something, actually. It names specific editorial decisions that were made under ministry pressure. Who wrote it? Sirius asked. The editor-in-chief, Hermione said. Apparently anonymously at first, but then he put his name on it. What changed his mind? Neville asked. His deputy editor quit yesterday, Luna said pleasantly. She told him she was going to the Quibbler and taking 3 reporters with her. He had the editorial ready within 4 hours. Nobody asked how Luna knew this. And the third thing? Harry asked. Hermione set down her book again, which was the second time in 10 minutes, which meant the third thing was either very good or very complicated. Lucius Malfoy, she said, has sent a formal request for a private meeting. With you specifically. Through Gringotts, so it's documented and above board. The room absorbed this. He's moving, Sirius said. Not angry, calculating. He's moving, Harry agreed. The question is which direction. He voted against Bones, Neville said. 19-31. He voted against what he didn't control, Harry said. That's different from opposing the outcome. He picked up the formal request, which Hermione had apparently already retrieved from Gringotts and placed in the correct pile, because Hermione. It was brief, a request, a suggested venue, Malfoy Manor, and a suggested time, 2 days hence, and at the bottom, in Malfoy's precise script, I have information relevant to your current activities. It would be mutually beneficial to share it. Mutually beneficial, Sirius said, with the weight of a man who had grown up in a world where that phrase meant something specific. He's offering a trade, Harry said. What does he have that you need? Neville asked. That, Harry said, is the interesting question. He folded the note. I'll go. Harry, Hermione started. With Sirius, Harry said, which wasn't what she'd been about to say but addressed most of the concerns she would have raised. And I'll tell Ragnarok beforehand so everything is documented. He looked at Sirius. You're not going to hex anyone. Enormous assumption, Sirius said. Promise me. A pause that was slightly too long. Unless provoked. Define provoked. I'll know it when I see it. That is the worst definition, fine, Sirius said. Unless he draws his wand first. Better? Marginally, Harry said. I'm a very mature adult, Sirius said. You are not, Remus and Hermione said simultaneously. Malfoy Manor was everything Harry had expected from a distance and considerably more specific up close. It was the kind of house that had been built to make a statement, not to be beautiful, exactly, though it was, but to be impossible to stand in front of without understanding that the people who lived there had been powerful for a very long time and intended to remain so. The grounds were immaculate in the way of things maintained by people for whom immaculate was not an aspiration but a baseline. The gates were wrought iron and responded to Harry's rings in a way that surprised him, a faint bow of the iron, barely perceptible, the magic in them recognizing something older than the Malfoy family's claim to the property. Sirius noticed. Old wards, he murmured. Pre-Malfoy. The land itself is older than the house. A house elf led them through the entrance hall, which was precisely as grand as Harry had imagined and which he refused to be impressed by on principle, and into a sitting room that Lucius Malfoy had chosen with the care of someone who understood that rooms made arguments before people opened their mouths. It was comfortable rather than ostentatious, a fire despite the summer heat, good chairs, a table with tea already set. An invitation to relax, which Harry did not take. Malfoy stood when they entered, which was a courtesy. He looked at Sirius with an expression that contained considerable history and chose, visibly, not to address any of it. Lord Potter, he said. Lord Black. Thank you for coming. You said you had information, Harry said, sitting. I do, Malfoy said, sitting across from him. He poured tea, for Harry, for Sirius, for himself, with the ease of a man performing a social ritual he'd done 10,000 times. Then he set down the teapot and looked at Harry directly. Voldemort is planning to make a move before the end of summer. The fire crackled. Specific? Harry said. He's targeting the heads of 3 magical governments simultaneously, Malfoy said. Coordinated strikes, designed to create simultaneous crises in 3 countries that would overwhelm the DMLE and its international counterparts. Britain, France, and, he paused, Bulgaria. The timing hit Harry like cold water. "He knows I've been moving," Harry said. "He knows you claimed the rings," Malfoy said. "He knows about the ministry debt. He knows about Bones's appointment." He held Harry's gaze. He is not pleased. Voldemort's entire strategy for re-establishing dominance in Britain depended on a compliant ministry that could be pressured or replaced. You have removed that variable. So he is accelerating. "The 3 targets," Harry said. "Names. I don't have them. I have the shape of the plan, not its specifics. The intelligence came to me through channels that are not comfortable to describe." "Try," Sirius said. Malfoy looked at him, and something complicated moved between them, not hostility, exactly, but the weight of everything they'd been to each other through the accidents of family and history and choices made and not made. "There are people in the Death Eater structure," Malfoy said carefully, "who are looking for a way out. Not because they've developed a conscience, but because they are pragmatic, and pragmatic people can read the shape of a situation when the shape changes." He looked at his tea. "Voldemort has always inspired fear. He has not always inspired confidence. The current plan, accelerating because of what you've done, is not popular with the strategic members of his inner circle, because strategic members recognize that reactive acceleration is the behavior of someone who has lost control of the timeline." "You're telling me his own people are losing confidence," Harry said. "I'm telling you that you have created a situation where certain individuals who would not previously have considered alternatives are considering them." He looked up. "What you said in the ministry corridor. The last item on your list. People who were coerced into service by threat of death to their families." "I remember what I said," Harry said. "I need to know if it was rhetoric," Malfoy said, and it was the most unguarded thing Harry had ever heard from him, stripped of all the layering that Lucius Malfoy wore as automatic as clothes. "I need to know if those words mean what they appear to mean." Harry looked at him for a long moment. "They mean what they say," Harry said. "Every case will be heard properly. People who committed crimes will face consequences proportional to what they did and the circumstances in which they did it. People who served under genuine coercion will receive a fair hearing." He paused. "I'm not offering amnesty. I'm offering justice. There's a difference, and it matters." "It matters to me," Malfoy said. "Specifically." "I know," Harry said. "That's also why I came." The fire was the only sound for a moment. "The strike timeline," Malfoy said, regrouping. "You have approximately 3 weeks before Voldemort is ready to move. He is waiting for the right moment, some trigger that will maximize the disruption. Given your current activities, the conclave," Harry said. "If the conclave is announced before he moves, that's the trigger. A global wizarding summit is exactly the kind of unifying moment he'd want to disrupt." "Yes," Malfoy said. "Which means you either call the conclave before he's ready to move, or you don't call it until after." "Neither," Harry said. "We call it when we have enough governments committed that cancelling it becomes politically impossible. And we make sure the security architecture is in place before the announcement." Malfoy looked at him with that same expression from the ministry corridor, the recalibration of a very intelligent man working with a model that kept requiring updates. "You've already been thinking about this," he said. "Since Wednesday," Harry said. "It's a busy week." "The security architecture," Malfoy said. "For an event of this scale, you'd need coordination between multiple governments' magical law enforcement departments, the Auror Office, international DMLE equivalents. Bones is already working on it," Harry said. "She doesn't know the specific threat yet. She will by tomorrow." "The coerced individuals," Malfoy said. "The ones in Voldemort's structure looking for a way out. They could provide specifics that your current intelligence doesn't have." "I know," Harry said. "Which means they need a way to provide it safely. And for that they need to trust that the offer in the ministry corridor was real." He looked at Malfoy steadily. "Which brings us to why you asked for this meeting. Lucius Malfoy was silent for the first time since they'd entered the room. He looked at his tea, then the fire, then Harry. "My son," he said. It was 3 words that contained an entire argument, and Malfoy didn't elaborate because he didn't need to. "Not in this conversation," Harry said. "Not yet. That's a longer discussion and it needs different people at the table. But the conversation will happen. If everything goes the way I'm working toward, yes. The conversation will happen, and it will be conducted properly, and Draco's situation will be part of it." He paused. "He's not on the list of people I'm protecting from justice. But he's not on a list of people I'm determined to prosecute either. He's on the list of people whose actual situation I don't fully know and am not going to pretend I do." Malfoy absorbed this with the careful precision of someone cataloging exactly what had been said and exactly what had not. "The intelligence," he said finally. "I will provide what I can. Through Gringotts, formally documented, so that my cooperation is on record. I want it on record." "I'd insist on it anyway," Harry said. They looked at each other across the tea table in Lucius Malfoy's comfortable sitting room with the fire and the summer heat outside and 17 years of antagonism between them that was not gone, would not be gone, could not be, but had, in the space of this conversation, organized itself into something that resembled, if not trust, at least a shared understanding of what the stakes actually were. "One more thing," Malfoy said, and his tone shifted, not softer, but more careful. "Voss. You should know that Voss and Voldemort have been aware of each other for some time." Harry went still. "Not allies," Malfoy said quickly. "Voldemort doesn't ally with anyone he can't control, and Voss is not controllable. But there has been communication. Exploratory. Each one feels the other out periodically. They have not found common cause, but they have found common interest in a stable, stratified international order where power consolidates at the top." He paused. "Which means Voss will not work with Voldemort. But he may find Voldemort's disruptions, if they serve to destabilize your position, convenient." Harry thought about that all the way back through the Manor's entrance hall and down the Immaculate Drive and through the iron gates that bowed again as he passed. He thought about it in silence while Sirius walked beside him without speaking, which was Sirius's form of tact. He gave Harry quiet when quiet was what was needed and noise when noise was what was needed, and he'd known Harry long enough to tell which was which. At the end of the drive, where they would apparate back to London, Sirius said, "Voss and Voldemort have a phone call now and then." "Not a phone call," Harry said. "But something like it. Does that change anything?" Harry thought about it properly. About Voss's resolution to gatekeep the compact. About Voldemort's accelerated timeline. About a retired ICW administrator in Montenegro. About Luna's fourth possibility, someone who had set things up to be unimpeachable. "No," Harry said. "It makes it more urgent. It doesn't change the direction." Sirius nodded. "Good," he said. "Because I was going to say, if it changes the direction, I'm still going the same direction with or without a direction change." That sentence didn't entirely make sense. "It made emotional sense," Sirius said. "Which is the kind that matters." Harry looked at him, this man who had come back from 12 years of Azkaban and Voldemort's revival and the Department of Mysteries and Madame Pomfrey's enforced bed rest, and was still here, still present, still choosing the right direction in the language of bad grammar and enormous loyalty. "Okay," Harry said. They apparat back to London. The week was not finished. Not even close. Chapter 6, Voss makes his move. The audit request landed on Voss's desk Monday morning at 9 o'clock London time, which was 10 o'clock in Geneva, which meant it arrived with his second coffee and his morning correspondence review, exactly the kind of moment when an unexpected document does maximum damage to a controlled day. Harry knew this because Ragnarok had timed it. "We filed at 8:59, Ragnarok said, when Harry came into Gringotts at 9:30. "The ICW's administrative protocol requires acknowledgement within 1 hour of receipt during business hours. The acknowledgement will also be their first formal awareness that the request exists, which means they cannot pretend it hasn't arrived, and any delay in acknowledgement beyond 60 minutes is itself a recordable violation of their own charter. Victor's questions to the Administrative Council, Harry said. Filed simultaneously, Goldthorne said, from his corner. Victor Crumb submitted 3 formal requests for financial disclosure to the ICW Administrative Council at 9:01 Geneva time. They are on the public record as of 9:03. Harry sat down at the conference table. How long before Voss responds? To the audit? Ragnock settled into his chair with the unhurried quality of someone who had been waiting for this particular Monday for some time. Formally, he has 72 hours under charter. Informally, he glanced at the clock. I would expect something within the hour. It was 43 minutes. The response came not to Gringotts directly but to the British Ministry of Magic, specifically to Amelia Bones's office, in the form of an emergency communiqué from the ICW's Office of Governance, which was a department that technically existed to mediate international disputes and practically existed to do whatever the Grand Overseer's office needed done with a layer of administrative legitimacy between them. Bones flooded Harry at 10:14. He took the call in Ragnock's conference room, her face sharp and alert in the fireplace flames. He's filed a counterclaim, she said. Against Gringotts. Harry absorbed this. Against Gringotts specifically. He's arguing that the audit request is invalid because the Merlin Compact's invocation rights are subject to confirmation by the ICW's own governance procedures, the resolution he's been shopping to member governments, Harry said. Which he's apparently now presenting as already passed, Bones said, with the precise tone of a woman identifying a lie she can prove. He's attached documentation claiming 36 member governments have ratified the preliminary validation procedure. The document is dated last Thursday. Last Thursday, Harry said. 2 days after we were in Paris. 2 days after his representative tried to brief the French ministry, Bones said. Yes. It's fabricated, Harry said. Almost certainly, Bones said. But fabricated official ICW documentation is still official ICW documentation until someone proves otherwise, and proving otherwise requires either getting testimony from the 36 alleged signatories or getting the ICW to produce the original ratification records. She paused. Both of which take time. Which is what he needs, Harry said. Time. He's filed an injunction against any further action taken under the Merlin Compact pending Validation Committee review. Bones held his gaze through the flames. Harry. This injunction has teeth. It's filed through the ICW's Governance Office, which has a standing relationship with the British Ministry that predates your debt compact. If I have to choose between honoring my obligation to the Ministry's ICW membership and honoring the debt satisfaction agreement, you don't, Harry said. The debt satisfaction agreement is governed by goblin law, not ICW law. Ragnock? Ragnock, who had been listening with the patient expression of someone who anticipated exactly this question, said, the injunction has no jurisdiction over goblin contract law. The debt satisfaction agreement was executed under an authority that predates the ICW's founding by 6 centuries. The injunction is the administrative equivalent of a local council issuing a noise complaint to a geological formation. Bones almost smiled. I'll need that in writing. It will be in your office within the hour, Ragnock said. There's a second component, Bones said, and her tone shifted in a way that made Harry pay different attention. He's moved against Sirius. The room went quiet. Explain, Harry said. The ICW has filed a formal request with the British Ministry to extradite Sirius Black to face an ICW tribunal on charges of, she looked at something off to the side, reading, charges of magical assault on an ICW officer during the incident at the Department of Mysteries. There were no ICW officers at the Department of Mysteries, Harry said. No, Bones said. There were not. The ICW is claiming that the operative who pursued Sirius at that event was operating under ICW jurisdiction. A pause. The operative in question is Bellatrix Lestrange. The silence that followed had a specific quality, the quality of something so outrageous that it takes a moment for the brain to fully process it as real. He's claiming Bellatrix Lestrange was an ICW officer, Harry said. A former consultant, technically, in the document, Bones said. Contracted through an unnamed third party, now deceased. Her assault was Sirius casting a stunning spell during an active dark magic engagement in which she was the aggressor. She held Harry's gaze. It won't hold up to any serious legal scrutiny. But filing it creates a formal legal cloud over Sirius that I have to respond to officially before I can dismiss it, and while I'm responding to it, he's buying more time, Harry said. And creating the impression, for anyone watching, that your inner circle has legal problems, Bones said. It's designed to look like the beginning of a pattern. First Sirius, then possibly challenges to your lordship claims, then questions about the Gringotts agreement. He's trying to death by 1,000 cuts the entire thing, Harry said. Yes. She looked at him steadily. I can fight these. I will fight them. But I need to know you're not going to do anything that gives him legitimate ammunition. When have I ever? Last week you effectively forced a minister of magic to resign through financial leverage. Legally. Brilliantly legally, she said, and also in a way that 3 of the 19 who voted against me are framing as institutional coercion. I'm not criticizing the approach. I'm telling you that Voss has people inside our government who will feed him material, and he is very good at making legitimate things look illegitimate. I know, Harry said. Thank you. He thought for a moment. The extradition request. It has to go through the Wiesengemot for approval. Yes. When's the next session? Thursday. It's on the agenda. She paused. Harry, even if we defeat it Thursday, and we will, the vote will be close. 14 members have already indicated they'll support the extradition request on procedural grounds. They don't believe Sirius is guilty. They're sending a message. 14 is less than 19, Harry said. People change their votes when the pressure source changes, Bones said. Last week the pressure was financial. This week it may be different. She ended the call. Harry sat for a moment in the conference room's steady blue-green light. Then he stood and said, to Ragnarok, he moved on 3 fronts simultaneously. The injunction, the fabricated ratification, and Sirius. He wants us looking in 3 directions. Yes, Ragnarok said. Which means the thing he doesn't want us looking at is a 4th direction. Ragnarok's expression shifted, the particular attention of someone who had been thinking the same thing and was interested to see whether Harry had reached the same conclusion. The unnamed fund, Harry said. Luna's been working on documentation. Victor's contact has the altered file from the ICW archive. If Voss is moving this aggressively to create legal noise, it's because he knows one of those 2 things is close to surfacing. Or both, Goldthorn said, without looking up. Or both, Harry agreed. He pulled out a piece of parchment and started writing. I need to talk to Luna. Today. And I need Hermione on the Sirius situation immediately, not just the Thursday session, the counter-argument. I want a legal brief so watertight that the 14 who are planning to vote for the extradition have to explain publicly why they're voting to extradite a man on charges that don't legally exist. He paused. And I need to go to Hogwarts today. Today. Ragnarok said. Voss moved this morning. Dumbledore will know by afternoon, he has ICW connections and this will move through them. I want to talk to him before he hears about it through channels, not after. Harry looked at Ragnarok. The Hogwarts land rights. If I claim them today, formally, they're on the record before Voss can file anything challenging my Slytherin claim in the ICW context. Ragnarok nodded slowly. I will prepare the formal claiming documents. You'll need to complete them at Hogwarts itself. The land magic requires physical presence at the site. How long to prepare? 2 hours. I'll be back at noon, Harry said. He was already moving. Sirius took the news about the extradition request in the grim old place kitchen while drinking coffee and eating toast, and his face went through several distinct phases: surprise, fury, a cold settling down of the fury into something much more dangerous, and then, unexpectedly, he laughed. Not the laugh of someone who found it funny. The laugh of someone who has seen the strategy clearly and recognizes it. "He went after me," Sirius said. "Not you. Not Hermione. Me. Because you're the emotional variable," Harry said. "If you're angry, if I'm angry on your behalf, we make mistakes." "Are you angry?" Harry looked at him. "I'm going to get you out of it," he said. "That's different from angry." Sirius looked at him for a long moment. "Remus," he said, "when did your student become better at this than we were?" "He's had more practice," Remus said, from behind his tea, under considerably more pressure and without nearly enough sleep. "I sleep fine," Harry said. "You slept 4 hours last night," Hermione said, appearing in the doorway with 2 files already under her arm. "I know because I heard you pacing at 2 in the morning." She sat down and opened the first file. "The extradition request. I've been looking at it since Bones sent me a copy 20 minutes ago. The legal foundation is," she stopped. "What?" Harry said. "It's actually sophisticated," she said, with the reluctant respect of someone acknowledging an adversary's technique. "Not the underlying charges, those are transparently fabricated. But the procedural argument. The ICW is claiming that the extradition request bypasses the usual British Ministry review on the grounds of an emergency governance provision that was written into British ICW relations in 1954. She looked up. The 1954 provision was written by, she stopped again. By whom? Harry said. By the ICW's Office of Governance, she said. Which was, in 1954, under the administration of, she checked her notes, an interim grand overseer, while the elected one was on medical leave. The interim grand overseer in 1954 was, Voss, Sirius said. Voss, Hermione confirmed. He wrote himself a provision 42 years ago that lets his own office bypass British Ministry review on extradition requests in emergency governance situations. She set the file down. He's been building this for decades. He does everything in advance, Harry said. The fund that killed the 1989 Indian proposal. The 1954 provision. The altered file in 1992. Everything he does is preparation for something he won't need for years. He paused. Which means there are other things. Other provisions, other documents, other quiet changes to institutional frameworks. We can't find all of them before Thursday, Hermione said. We don't need to find all of them, Harry said. We need to find the one that's most important to him right now. The one he's protecting with all of this noise. Hermione looked at the file. The Validation Committee resolution. The one he claims has already been ratified. That's the one, Harry said. If we can prove it's fabricated, specifically that the 36 governments didn't actually ratify it, then the injunction against the audit is void, the extradition request loses its procedural cover, and Voss is standing in the open holding a document he forged. 36 governments, Neville said. He'd been quiet in the corner, reading over Hermione's shoulder, but something had shifted in his expression. We need to contact 36 governments and ask them if they signed something. Not all 36, Harry said. We just need enough. If we can get 12 governments to formally deny signing the ratification, enough to make the 36 impossible, the document collapses. Delacour, Hermione said immediately. He said France is with us. France will deny signing. Victor has Bulgaria, Harry said. And he said Romania. I can write to the Indian Magical Congress today, Luna said, from where she was sitting, which was, as always, wherever she happened to be. She was in the kitchen doorway, notebook in hand, and nobody had noticed her arrive, which was its own kind of skill. They'll remember 1989. They'll want to participate. That's 3, Hermione said, writing. We need 9 more at minimum. Quickly. The debt network, Harry said. The Americas room. The Africa and Middle East room. He looked at Ragnarok, who was not physically present but whom Harry was increasingly treating as a background presence in every conversation, which seemed about right. Ragnarok, of the governments that owe obligations to the estate, how many are in a position to formally deny the ratification within 48 hours? He flooded Ragnarok directly, who answered immediately. Gringotts answered fluke calls from estate holders with what Harry was beginning to think of as unseemly speed. 7 that are immediately reachable, Ragnarok said, with 3 more that would require a formal request going through their Gringotts branches. I can have the formal request sent within the hour. Do it, Harry said. And the claiming documents will be ready when you return at noon, Ragnarok said. Harry ended the call and looked at the room, Hermione writing, Neville already drafting letters, Luna compiling her contact list, Remus reading the 1954 provision with the focused attention of someone identifying its weakest point, and Sirius, who had put down his coffee and was looking at the table with an expression that Harry recognized as the face of someone deciding whether to say the thing they wanted to say. Say it, Harry said. The Thursday session, Sirius said. Even if we defeat the extradition, Voss will have another move ready. He always has another move ready. Yes. So the Thursday session buys us time, but it doesn't close anything. The conclave closes it, Harry said. Everything else is just, he paused, looking for the right word. Clearing the field, Remus said, without looking up. Clearing the field, Harry agreed. He picked up his bag. I need to go to Hogwarts. Remus, are you coming? Remus set down the 1954 provision and stood. Hogwarts in summer was a different creature entirely. Without 800 students and the structured noise of term, it breathed differently, deeper, quieter, the magic in its stones more audible somehow, the way very old buildings have a presence that people fill up and cover over. Harry had always loved Hogwarts in the abstract and been too busy being in danger there to appreciate the specific. Walking up the grounds from the main gate on a clear July afternoon, with no one chasing him and no crisis immediately in progress, he understood for the first time what it must have felt like for the founders. Standing here. Deciding to build something. Remus walked beside him, and said nothing, which was comfortable. McGonagall met them at the entrance hall doors. She'd been notified by the letter Harry had sent that morning, and she was wearing her expression of controlled professional assessment that Harry had learned meant she had decided how to feel about something and was not going to be moved from it. Mr. Potter, she said. Professor, he said. Then, looking at her steadily, I need to see Dumbledore. He's expecting you, she said. And Harry. She stopped, her hand on the door. Whatever he tells you today, don't dismiss it because you're angry. And don't accept it uncritically because you're not. She opened the door. You're capable of both at once. You always have been. That was, Harry thought, the most personal thing McGonagall had ever said to him in 6 years of knowing her, and he held it carefully. Dumbledore's office was unchanged. This struck Harry every time he entered it, the silver instruments, the portraits of former headmasters, the particular quality of light through the high windows, Fawkes on his perch turning his ancient head. Permanence rendered in objects, or something very close to it. Dumbledore stood behind his desk, and the single most obvious thing about him was that he looked older than the last time Harry had seen him. Not aged, he'd looked ancient for as long as Harry could remember, but tired in a specific way that had something to do with time and weight rather than physical exhaustion. Harry, he said. Please, sit. Harry sat. Remus sat beside him. Dumbledore sat across from them, and for a moment nobody spoke, and the portraits watched. You've had a busy week, Dumbledore said. Several busy weeks, Harry said. I have things to tell you. And one question. Tell me first, Dumbledore said. I find I prefer to hear before I'm asked to account for myself. It's a character flaw. Harry told him. Not everything, He kept Malfoy's intelligence about Voldemort's timeline deliberately vague, because Dumbledore would want to take over that aspect immediately and Harry wasn't ready for that conversation. But everything else, the vault, the rings, the ministry debt, Fudge's resignation, Bones, the Wisengamot session, Paris, Sophia, Voss, the injunction, the fabricated ratification, the extradition request. Dumbledore listened. His expression moved very little. This was not the same as having no reactions. Harry had learned to read the smaller signals, the slight shift around the eyes, the moment when the hands on the desk stilled more completely than usual. He was doing considerable work behind the very composed exterior. When Harry finished, Dumbledore said, "You've moved with impressive speed. I've had good help. You have." A pause. "And the question?" "The ICW altered my heritage file in 1992, Harry said. The Evans line was changed from unknown significant ancestry to Muggleborn. The administrator who made the change retired suddenly in 1994. He held Dumbledore's gaze. "Did you know about it?" The room was perfectly still. Fawkes, on his perch, made a sound that was not quite a note but was pitched in the frequency of things that mattered. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. Then he said, "Yes." "You authorized it?" "No," Dumbledore said. "I knew about it, and I did not prevent it. There is a difference, and I will not ask you to find it less significant than it is, because it isn't." "Why?" Harry said. Dumbledore folded his hands on the desk. "When you were placed with the Dursleys," he said, "the protection magic required your mother's blood. Petunia's blood. It was the most powerful protection available. But that protection was entirely contingent on you remaining, in the eyes of the magical world, a child whose significance was limited to surviving Voldemort's curse." He paused. "If the Slytherin lineage were known, if the black adoption were formalized, if the Potter lordship were claimed, you would have become a political target at 11 years old. Not just for Voldemort, but for every power structure that might feel threatened by a child who held the leverage you now hold." "So you had it hidden," Harry said. "I allowed it to be hidden," Dumbledore said. "The alteration was made by an ICW official who was concerned about the same thing, independently, not at my instruction, though I became aware of it shortly afterward." He met Harry's eyes. "I should have told you. I should have told you several years ago, when it became clear that protection through concealment was doing you more harm than it was preventing." "When did it become clear?" Harry said, and his voice was even, which cost him something. "Third year," Dumbledore said, quietly. "If I'm honest with myself. Perhaps earlier." 3 years, Harry said. "Yes." Dumbledore didn't look away. "I have made errors of judgment with you that I justified as protection and that were, at least in part, protection of a strategy rather than protection of a person. I don't expect you to excuse that. I wouldn't excuse it in myself." The room absorbed this. Remus, beside Harry, was very still, not the stillness of someone who'd heard nothing surprising, but of someone who had suspected something and was hearing it confirmed. "The ICW official," Harry said. "The one who made the alteration. Who were they?" "A woman named Mathilde Sorrel," Dumbledore said. "She is living, I believe, in Montenegro. She retired suddenly in 1994. She retired because what she'd done was discovered by someone else at the ICW, Dumbledore said. Someone who found the alteration and realized what it meant, that your lineage was being actively managed. That person used it as leverage." He paused. "I believe that person was Casimir Voss." The air in the room changed. "Voss has known about the Slytherin connection since 1994, Harry said. "I believe so," Dumbledore said. "Which means he has known, for 12 years, that the rings existed and that you were their eventual heir. Which means everything he has done in the international sphere since then, has been preparation," Harry said. "For this. For me." "Yes," Dumbledore said. Harry sat back. The implications of this were very large and needed time he didn't currently have. The Hogwarts land rights, Harry said, moving. The Slytherin quarter. I'm claiming them today. I need your sign-off as headmaster. The school's foundational magic requires the head of the institution to witness a land right claiming. Dumbledore looked at him. You've thought about whether to consult me at all? Yes, Harry said. I decided to. Why? Because not telling you felt like doing to you what you did to me, Harry said. And I don't want to run things that way. It was the right thing to say, but Harry also meant it, which he thought was what made the difference. Dumbledore stood. Shall we go to the grounds? The claiming took place on the south grounds, under a clear sky, with the castle at their backs and the lake in the middle distance. Ragnarok's documents were specific about location. The claiming had to be made at the geographical center of the Slytherin land share, which was an unremarkable patch of grass between the greenhouses and the lake shore that Harry would have walked past 1,000 times without knowing. He pressed the Slytherin ring to the document. The earth, quite literally, responded. Not dramatically, not with fire or trumpets. A pulse, deep and slow and completely certain, that traveled outward from where he stood in a wave that was felt rather than seen, recognized by the land's oldest magic as a returning claim. Dumbledore signed as witness. Remus signed as legal consultant. Ragnarok's copy, which had traveled with the documents by some goblin means Harry didn't entirely understand, sealed itself. McGonagall, who had followed them out from the castle, watched the claiming complete and said, "What does this mean for the school, practically speaking?" Governance input on significant foundational changes, Harry said. Veto rights I have no intention of exercising casually. And the ward schematics from the Slytherin vault that the castle's enchantment team should have had access to for 500 years. He looked at her. Hogwarts has been running at about 70% capacity since the Slytherin frameworks went dark. The castle is actually stronger than any of you have known. McGonagall looked at the castle for a moment. Well, she said, which covered considerable ground. On the way back to the gate, Dumbledore fell into step beside Harry, slightly apart from Remus and McGonagall. Voss, Dumbledore said, quietly. He is more dangerous than he appears. I know, Harry said. He's known about me for 12 years and spent that time building systems to contain what I'd become. He is also not without allies who are not formally his allies, Dumbledore said. People who believe, genuinely, that the current international order, however imperfect, is preferable to the instability of change. They are not villains. They are afraid. I know that too, Harry said. I'm not going to the conclave to punish anyone. I'm going to offer something better than what they have and make it impossible to refuse. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. You sound very certain. I'm not, Harry said. But sounding uncertain in front of 47 magical governments is a strategic error I can't afford. Dumbledore made a sound that was, Harry thought, the closest he'd heard the man come to a laugh in several years. Will you help? Harry asked. Not because he needed to, but because Dumbledore helping was genuinely better than Dumbledore not helping, and Harry was practical about that. Yes, Dumbledore said. What do you need? Your ICW connections, Harry said. Not to call the conclave, I'll do that through the compact. But to make calls to the governments Voss has been working on. You have relationships there that predate his consolidation of power. People who trusted you before they trusted his office. There are several, Dumbledore said. The West African Magical Council, specifically. Their senior representative has been a correspondent of mine since 1961. He paused. I will make calls. Carefully. Thank you, Harry said. Harry. Dumbledore stopped at the gate. The afternoon was edging toward evening, the shadow of the castle long across the grounds. I know trust is not available to you as freely as it once was, where I'm concerned. I'm not asking for it. I'm telling you that whatever I do from this point forward, my intention is that it serves you and not the strategy. He paused. Holding both of those things simultaneously is something I have not managed well in the past. I intend to manage it better. Harry looked at him. He looked old and very sincere and also like a man who understood he was being held to account. I'll let you know how you do, Harry said. He walked through the gate. The Thursday Gringotts session on the extradition request lasted 2 hours and 17 minutes and was, by any measure, a demolition. Hermione's legal brief was 43 pages. She had been awake for most of Tuesday night and all of Wednesday morning finishing it, and it showed, not in the quality, which was immaculate, but in the particular gleam she had when she'd worked hard on something and was watching it perform exactly as intended. The brief established, with exhaustive documentation, that the ICW emergency governance provision Voss had used to bypass ministry review was procedurally invalid because it had been ratified under an interim grand overseer rather than an elected one, which the 1938 ICW Charter addendum explicitly prohibited for any provision with enforcement powers. It then established that Bellatrix Lestrange had no documented relationship with the ICW in any capacity, and that the claim she was a consultant was supported only by a document dated 2 days before the extradition filing that appeared in no prior ICW record. It then established that Sirius Black's legal standing had been formally confirmed by Gringotts blood law, which had jurisdiction over his lordship claim independently of any ICW proceeding. The 14 who had planned to vote for extradition voted against it. All 14. The final count was 49-1, the one being a member who had apparently not read the brief and was looking increasingly mortified as the reading went on. Sirius sat in the public gallery and watched it happen with the expression of someone experiencing a novel sensation, someone else fighting for him, successfully, in a room full of witnesses. After, in the corridor, he found Harry and said nothing for a moment. Then, you didn't have to make it that thorough. Hermione made it that thorough, Harry said. I suggested thorough. She defined thorough. It was 43 pages, Sirius said. She had concerns, Harry said. Sirius looked at him. Then, with a laugh that was genuine and loose and had nothing complicated in it, okay. What's next? The conclave, Harry said. We're ready. How many governments? 19 formally committed. 11 more that Delacour says are leaning yes. Dumbledore's made 6 calls. Victor's questions at the Administrative Council landed hard. 3 governments that had indicated they'd support Voss's validation committee resolution have gone quiet. He paused. Luna has the documentation on the fund. Victor's contact came through. We have the altered file, dated and with the authorization code, which traces to a department that was under Voss's direct administrative control in 1992. That's enough to call it, Sirius said. That's enough to call it, Harry agreed. When? Harry looked down the ministry corridor, at the purple walls and the officious portraits and the machinery of an institution he'd spent a week dismantling and was now going to spend considerably longer rebuilding into something that actually functioned. Tomorrow, he said. I'm sending the formal conclave invocation tonight. Ragnarok is filing it through Goblin Courier to all 47 member governments simultaneously, which means it arrives everywhere at the same moment, which means Voss can't selectively warn allies before non-allies receive it. Where's the conclave? Sirius asked. Gringotts, Harry said. The main hall. Ragnarok agreed this morning. Neutral ground under Goblin law. Voss can't manipulate the security arrangements because the goblins control the security arrangements and the goblins, as established, do not negotiate. He'll show up, Sirius said. I'm counting on it, Harry said. Voss in the room is better than Voss boycotting. A boycott gives him distance. Coming gives me access. Sirius thought about this. You want him in the room so you can deal with him directly. I want him in the room so that everything happens in front of witnesses, Harry said. He spent 40 years operating in the spaces between official positions. I'm putting everything in one room where there are no spaces. He's going to bring everything he has, Sirius said. Good, Harry said, for the 3rd time in a week. He said it the same way each time, which meant it. That night, Harry sat at the grim old place kitchen table with the invocation document in front of him, a single page of Gringotts parchment that smelled of old magic and possibility, the wording precise and formal, the Merlin ring's impression at the bottom glowing faintly with a warmth he'd gotten used to and never quite stopped noticing. He read it once more. By the authority vested in the holder of the Emery's legacy under the Merlin Compact of 793 AD. And in accordance with Article 14 of the International Confederation of Wizards founding charter, I, Harry James Potter-Black-Slytherin-Merlin, hereby invoke the right of global wizarding conclave, to be convened at Gringotts Bank, London, on the 14th day of August, in the year 1996. All member governments of the International Confederation of Wizards are formally invited to attend and are hereby notified that the conclave's proceedings will be entered into permanent goblin record under protocols that cannot be retrospectively altered. The purpose of this conclave is to assess whether the ICW has fulfilled its founding purpose and to determine, collectively, what remedies are required. He signed it. Hermione, across from him, watched him do it. She didn't say anything. She didn't need to. Neville, Remus, Sirius, Luna, the kitchen held them all, in the various postures of people who'd been working hard for a long time and were in that particular state of exhaustion and alertness that comes from doing something that matters. 14 days, Harry said. 14 days, Hermione confirmed. Is it enough time to prepare? She considered this with genuine seriousness. No, she said. But it's the time we have, so yes. Harry looked at the signed document. Somewhere in Geneva, Casimir Voss was going to receive this tomorrow morning and understand that the game had moved to a board he couldn't redraw. Harry thought about what Malfoy had said, he will escalate. He thought about what Voss had done this week, the injunction, the fabricated resolution, the extradition attempt. 3 fronts, coordinated, executed with 40 years of institutional expertise. Voss had moved fast. Harry had moved faster. 14 days. He pushed the document across the table to Goldthorn, who materialized from nowhere in the way goblins did when something needed doing, and who took it with both hands the way he'd taken the letter in the beginning, with the particular care of someone handling something that knew how important it was. By 9 o'clock tomorrow, Harry said. 8:59, Goldthorn said, and was gone. Sirius put a cup of tea in front of Harry without being asked, and Harry picked it up, and outside the grim old place windows London was dark and completely unaware that somewhere in it, on a kitchen table, in the impression of a ring that was 1,003 years old, the most significant document in the history of international magical governance was still warm from being signed. Chapter 7, What Merlin Built. The responses began arriving at 6 in the morning. Harry was already awake, had been since 5, sitting in the grim old place kitchen with tea that had gone cold beside him and the Slytherin vault schematic spread across the table, studying the ward frameworks that underpinned half of Eastern Europe. He'd been doing this most nights. Sleep had become something he managed in segments rather than stretches, 4 hours here, 2 hours there, not from anxiety but from the particular wakefulness of a mind that was doing too much interesting work to fully stop. The first flu call came from Delacour at 6:04 London time. France formally accepts the conclave invitation, Delacour said, his face composed and alert despite the early hour, because French ministry senior staff apparently kept the same hours as the things they were managing. The minister will attend personally. I wanted to be the first response you received. Why? Harry asked. Because it matters to be first, Delacour said simply. Good morning, Lord Potter. He ended the call. Victor's formal acceptance arrived by Goblin courier at 6:22, which was 8:22 in Sofia, which meant Victor had been waiting for the courier's window rather than fluing, a deliberate choice that created a written record rather than a verbal one. The note was 3 sentences and the Bulgarian Confederation seal, pressed in red wax that smelled of something ancient and official. By 7, 9 acceptances had arrived. By 9:23. By noon on the first day, 31 governments had formally accepted, which was 12 more than needed to constitute a valid conclave under the Merlin Compact's quorum requirements. The remaining 16 were either still deliberating or, in 3 specific cases, not responding at all, which was itself information. Voss was one of the non-responses. "He has to come," Hermione said, when Harry mentioned it. "The founding charter gives him no grounds to refuse a validly invoked conclave. If he doesn't attend, he's in breach of the ICW's own founding document." "He'll come," Harry said. "He's just making sure we know we'll have to wait for him." "Mature," Sirius said. "Tactical," Remus corrected. "Every hour he doesn't respond is an hour he's in the conversation without being in the conversation. His absence shapes the event. His acceptance shapes it more," Harry said. "When he shows up, everyone in the room knows he couldn't find a legal reason to stay away." Voss's formal acceptance arrived on day 3, at precisely 11 o'clock Geneva time, delivered through the ICW's official courier in a sealed document with a wax impression of the Confederation seal and a covering note, not addressed to Harry specifically but to the Gringotts administration, as convener's representative, with a single additional line at the bottom. "The Grand Overseer of the International Confederation of Wizards accepts the conclave invitation and reserves the right to raise procedural objections at the opening of proceedings." Ragnarok read the note and placed it in a file. "Procedural objections," Harry said. "He will argue that the compact's invocation is invalid," Ragnarok said. "He will argue this in the room, in front of everyone, which is different from arguing it through legal filings because now he has to make the argument where the people it affects can hear it." Ragnarok's eyes had a quality Harry had come to associate with a goblin who was looking forward to something. "It is a much harder argument to make in that environment. Because the rooms of people it affects will include the governments that didn't sign his fabricated ratification," Harry said. "Indeed," Ragnarok said. "Several of whom are, I'm told, quite interested in the opportunity to say so publicly." The 14 days before the conclave were the most structured Harry had ever spent, and he'd spent 6 years at Hogwarts on a school schedule. The days had architecture. Mornings were intelligence and preparation, Luna's network, Victor's contact producing documents, Malfoy's carefully channeled information about Voldemort's timeline, Dumbledore's quiet conversations with old ICW relationships. Afternoons were logistics, Ragnarok's team managing the physical conclave arrangements, Hermione building the agenda structure, Neville working with Augusta Longbottom on the Wisengamot's parallel domestic session that Harry wanted running concurrently as a formal British counterpart. Evenings were the individual conversations that couldn't happen in groups, Harry flowing with government representatives, answering questions, addressing concerns, doing the patient one-to-one work that no amount of grand strategy could substitute for. He got better at it as the days went on. Not more comfortable, exactly. Harry was never going to be someone who found political conversation comfortable the way some people did, the ones who treated a room full of power as a natural habitat. But he got more efficient. He learned which concerns were genuine and which were performative. He learned that the thing most representatives actually needed was not reassurance about the conclave's agenda but reassurance that their government's specific concerns would be heard, not just accommodated globally but specifically heard, their individual issue named and addressed. So he named them. Specifically. In each call. The Indian Magical Congress wanted formal acknowledgement that the 1989 proposal had been buried through corruption and that its central argument, equal voting weight for smaller governments, would be on the conclave's agenda. Harry told them yes, explicitly, and meant it. The West African Magical Council, which Dumbledore had connected him to, had a more complicated concern. A series of ICW resolutions from the 1960s that had imposed educational standards on their institutions that were structurally incompatible with their existing magical traditions and that had resulted in 2 decades of qualified witches and wizards being classified as insufficiently trained by the ICW's own metrics. Harry had read the resolutions, because he'd read everything relevant before every call. He told them the resolutions were on the agenda for review, and that he personally thought they were. He paused, chose the word, wrong. Not procedurally. Fundamentally. The woman from the West African Council, who was 73 years old and had been fighting this specific fight for 22 of them, was quiet for a moment and then said, in the careful English of someone who'd learned it as a fourth language but mastered it completely, "You have read the actual documents?" "Yes," Harry said. "Not a summary." "Not a summary," he confirmed. Another pause. "We will be at the conclave," she said. "We will be very much at the conclave." The New Zealand and Australian magical territories had a border enchantment dispute with the ICW's Pacific Regional Office that had been generating paperwork since 1987 and been resolved precisely 0 times. Harry told them the dispute would go to a binding conclave mediation panel rather than the regional office, which had an obvious conflict of interest, and both territories' senior representatives audibly exhaled in the same phone call. There were 47 governments. He talked to 39 of them directly. The remaining 8 were either committed without needing conversation or, in the case of 3 specific Eastern European governments that Harry suspected were under financial pressure from Voss's unnamed fund, deliberately avoiding contact. He didn't chase those 3. He noted them, thought about what it meant, and put them in a column he labeled Watch. Luna came to Grimmauld Place on day 6 with the fund documentation. She came in through the front door with her satchel and her notebook and the specific expression she wore when she had something significant and knew it and was managing the knowledge with her characteristic tranquility. She spread the documents on the kitchen table. They were beautiful, in the way that damning evidence is beautiful, complete, sourced, cross-referenced, with a clarity of chain of evidence that made the whole picture visible at once. The fund had a name, which it had never had publicly: the Stability Endowment for Magical Governance. It had been established in 1961. Its administrator of record was a Swiss magical banking institution that did not, upon investigation, actually exist, a shell, beautifully maintained, set up with the sort of expertise that cost significant money to acquire. The money flowing through it was traced, with considerable difficulty, through 4 layers of institutional structure, to accounts that were controlled by the ICW's Administrative Reserve Fund, a discretionary budget that, per the ICW's own charter, could be deployed by the Grand Overseer without member government approval. Voss had been using ICW member contributions to fund a covert influence operation against ICW member governments. For 35 years. The 1989 Indian Proposal Committee members, Luna said, turning to a specific page. Committee member Holst received 40,000 galleons in 1990 from a Stability Endowment subsidiary account. Committee member Van Hoven received 35,000. Committee member Ashford received 52,000 in a property in Portugal. She turned another page. There are 41 similar payments across 12 countries, covering 7 separate votes or policy decisions in the ICW's history. The most recent was in 1994. She looked up. The 1994 payment was to a British ministry official. Which official? Harry said. Luna produced a single page. Harry read the name on it and felt the particular cold clarity of something slotting into a place it had always been going. Fudge, Hermione said, from across the table, having read it upside down. In 1994, Harry said. The year Voldemort's supporters started moving. The year Dumbledore first raised serious concerns about Voldemort's return through the ICW. He set the page down. Voss paid Fudge to suppress those concerns through the British ministry. Fudge would have suppressed them anyway, Sirius said. He was afraid. Voss gave him money to make sure the fear went the right direction, Harry said. And created a paper trail that he could have used to control Fudge indefinitely. He paused. Which is also why Fudge was so desperate to keep a lid on everything after Voldemort returned. He wasn't just afraid of the political consequences. He was afraid of what Voss knew about him. The kitchen was quiet. This goes to the conclave, Hermione said. All of it. Publicly. All of it, Harry agreed. And Victor's contacts documentation, the altered file, goes alongside it. He looked at Luna. Can you and your father be ready to publish simultaneously with the conclave? Daddy is already setting the type, Luna said. Of course he was. On day 9, the thing Harry had been watching for happened. Voldemort moved. Not toward the government heads that Malfoy had warned about, that strike was still being prepared. What moved was smaller and more targeted, which meant it was a test rather than the main event. A senior Auror in the French ministry was attacked outside his home in Lyon, badly enough to require significant healing but not fatally. A Bulgarian border ward station in the northeast experienced a coordinated failure that lasted 4 hours before Victor's engineers repaired it. In Britain, 2 of the 4 Hogwarts governors who had been most vocally critical of Bones's appointment received threatening letters that were traced, by the DMLE within 12 hours, to a safe house in Yorkshire that turned out to be associated with 3 known Death Eaters. Coordinated. Professional. Designed to say, "I'm watching. I can reach you." Harry read the Auror office's report on all 3 incidents at breakfast on day 10 and thought, he knows about the conclave and he wants it disrupted. He sent Malfoy a flu message, short, factual, asking for confirmation that the 3 incidents matched the intelligence Malfoy had provided about Voldemort's timeline. Malfoy's response came within the hour. 2 words, earlier than expected. "He's accelerating again," Harry told Hermione, Sirius, and Remus that morning. The 3 incidents are below the threshold for international incident but above the threshold for warning. He's showing the governments attending the conclave that attending carries risk. "He can't stop the conclave," Remus said. "Not with 3 incidents at that scale." "He doesn't need to stop it," Harry said. "He needs 3 or 4 governments to pull their attendance as a precaution. If the conclave loses quorum, it doesn't technically fail," Hermione said. "The Merlin Compact doesn't have a quorum clause. But it loses legitimacy. A conclave with 20 governments is a different thing from one with 40. Then we make the security visible," Harry said. "Not defensive, proactive. I want the Auror office, the French DMLE equivalent, the Bulgarian Magical Border Force, and 2 or 3 others to issue a coordinated public statement that they are in active communication, that the incidents are being jointly investigated, and that security arrangements for the conclave are sufficient." He looked at Sirius. "Bones can push that from the British side?" "She's been on it since this morning," Sirius said. "She called me at 7. She's already talking to the French." "Of course she has," Harry said, and said it with the genuine warmth of someone who was very grateful that Amelia Bones existed. Neville, who'd been reading the incident reports, said, "The Hogwarts governors. The threatening letters. That's aimed at the school." "It's aimed at the conclave's domestic credibility," Harry said. "If the governors are frightened, it creates pressure on Bones. If Bones is under domestic pressure, her ability to be the British face of the conclave's outcomes is weakened." He looked at Neville. "The Wisengamot concurrent session. How solid is the agenda?" "Gran has the votes for the Azkaban reform motion," Neville said. "That's confirmed as of this morning. 28 in support. The Dementor relocation as a separate item has 25, it's going to be close." 25 is enough if no one changes before Thursday," Hermione said. "Nobody will change," Harry said, with a certainty he'd earned. "Because the 3 people who were on the fence as of last week are the 3 people who received the clearest evidence of what Dementor detention does to a person, which Sirius, with his permission, provided in the form of a signed affidavit." Sirius was looking at the table. "It wasn't very long," he said. "The affidavit. 12 years is actually very hard to compress into a page." "You didn't need to make it long," Harry said. "You needed to make it true." Sirius looked up. "Yeah," he said. "It was that." On day 11, Harry went back to Gringotts. Not for meetings or documents or correspondence, he went to the vault. He hadn't been back since the first day. He'd been using the rings every day, feeling them as part of himself in the way he imagined a person felt the parts of themselves they were born with and forgot to notice. But he hadn't been back to the room where everything had started. Ragnarok took him, without comment on why. The vault was exactly as he'd left it. The shelves, the books sealed with fire, the instruments he had no names for, the correspondence in spelled glass, the plinth in the center, empty now, the rings having found their person. But there was one shelf Harry hadn't looked at properly in the chaos of the first day, a shelf on the far wall that had seemed, at the time, to contain nothing but shadow. He looked at it now. The shadow, examined directly, was not shadow. It was a book. A single book, flat on the shelf, no title on the spine, bound in something that was not quite leather and not quite any material Harry could name. It didn't glow or pulse or do anything the other sealed books did. It just sat there, being extremely present in the way that important things sometimes were when you finally looked at them properly. He picked it up. It was warm. Warmer than the rings, warmer than the letter had been, the warmth of something that had been waiting specifically for him for a very long time and was glad, in whatever way objects could be glad, that the waiting was over. He opened it. The first page had one line, in handwriting he'd seen before, the shifting four-style handwriting of the letter that had appeared on his pillow at the Dursleys, the four voices writing simultaneously. For when you've done everything before this and need to know why everything after it matters. He sat on the floor of the vault, cross-legged, and read. He was there for 2 hours. Ragnarok, at the vault entrance, did not hurry him. What was in the book was not instructions or strategy or political philosophy. It was something simpler and more difficult than any of those things. It was 4 people, James Potter, Sirius Black, Salazar Slytherin, and the one who had written his name simply as Emery's, writing across time, not knowing exactly who had read it but knowing the kind of person it needed to be, and saying the things that you say when you believe someone is about to do something that matters and you want them to know why it matters before they do it. James wrote about Harry's mother, not Lily as a person Harry had missed but Lily as a person James had loved, which was different and more specific and made her real in a way that photographs and other people's memories hadn't quite managed. He wrote about the specific shape of her courage, which was not the showy kind and was entirely the effective kind. He wrote, she didn't fight because she was angry. She fought because she could see exactly what the world would look like for the people she loved if she didn't. That's a very particular kind of bravery. I think you have it. Sirius, Harry recognized his handwriting even at 1,000 years remove, which was impossible but felt completely accurate, wrote about what the Black family could have been, if any of them had been brave enough to choose differently sooner. He wrote, the name is heavy. Use it like a tool, not like a title. A title makes you stand still. A tool moves things. And then, at the bottom, don't be afraid. Fear is only useful when you're not already committed. You're committed. So. Salazar Slytherin wrote in a style that was precise and cold on the surface and considerably warmer beneath it, which Harry thought was probably an accurate description of the man himself. He wrote about ambition, not as corruption but as intention, the difference between wanting power to have it and wanting outcomes that require power as a means. He wrote, every generation produces someone who thinks the world can be different. Most of them are wrong. Some of them are right but unlucky. Very occasionally, someone is right and prepared. Preparation is what I give you. The rest is yours. And then, the Evans blood was not an accident. Nothing about bloodlines is accidental. Your mother knew, somewhere. That's why she fought the way she did. She was protecting something that was larger than she knew, and she was right to. Emery's wrote last, and it was the strangest of the 4, not personal in the way the others were, but not impersonal either. It was addressed to Harry specifically, not as Lord of the Estates or heir of the houses, but as, the one who is all 4 and still, somehow, just one. I built the compact, he wrote, not because I believed governments were trustworthy but because I believed people were better than governments and sometimes needed the legal authority to prove it. The compact is a key, not a throne. You're not supposed to rule with it. You're supposed to unlock the thing that should have been unlocked a long time ago and then step back and let the thing run correctly. The world I'm leaving you is not the world I wanted to leave. It never is. But it's the world that exists, and the only honest relationship with it is to see it exactly as it is and then decide, specifically, what to do about it. You've been doing that since you were 11 years old and didn't know you had any other option. Now you know you have options. That should make it easier. It won't always. But the fact that it's hard doesn't mean it's wrong. Call the conclave. Make it count. Then go back to school. You still have 2 years left and you've missed enough. Harry sat on the vault floor for a while after he finished. He wasn't sad, exactly. He wasn't anything simple. He was a person who had just been spoken to directly by 4 people who had helped make him, across distances of time and blood that should have made it impossible, and it had worked, and now he had to go back up through 7 floors of Gringotts and into London and be the person they'd written the book for. He stood up. Replaced the book on its shelf, because it felt wrong to take it. It was for the vault, for the next time someone sat on the floor and needed it. He walked back to Ragnarok. Ready, he said. Good, Ragnarok said, and led him out. The 2 days before the conclave were the quietest of the 14. This was not because nothing was happening, things were happening at considerable speed in all directions. Voss had filed 2 more administrative objections to the conclave's proceedings, both of which Ragnarok's legal team disposed of efficiently. The 3 watch governments had quietly sent acceptances on day 12, having apparently decided that abstention was a worse position than attendance, which Harry took as an indicator that Voss's hold on them was weaker than his fund implied. Voldemort made no further moves, which Malfoy interpreted, through his channel, as the larger strike being still in preparation. He was waiting for the conclave, not moving before it. The Wisingamot domestic session was set for the same day, and Augusta Longbottom was managing it with the terrifying competence of a woman who had been waiting for an opportunity to be useful and was making the absolute most of it. Fleur came to London on day 13. Harry was at Gringotts when she arrived at Grimmauld Place. Hermione fled him to say Fleur was there, and he came back to find the 2 of them at the kitchen table with tea and a map of the conclave floor plan that Fleur had apparently reviewed and had opinions about. The seating arrangement, Fleur said, when Harry sat down. Currently it places the ICW's administrative delegation adjacent to the largest block of governments. This gives Voss easy access to the members he's been pressuring without anyone else being able to observe the conversations. Harry looked at the floor plan. What do you suggest? The administrative delegation should be positioned at the center of the room, Fleur said. Equidistant from all member governments. It is more formal, it is procedurally defensible as a neutral placement, and it means that every conversation Voss has with a member government will be visible to every other member government. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at the floor plan. She's right. Tell Ragnarok, Harry said. Fleur pulled the floor plan back. My father will be arriving tomorrow morning. He has brought 2 other French ministry officials who are experts in ICW procedural law. If you have gaps in your agenda structure, 3rd item, Hermione said, pulling out her own notes. The financial disclosure section. We have the documentation, but the presentation needs someone who can walk the room through the fund structure without it becoming too technical to follow. One of the officials is exactly that person, Fleur said. I will tell my father. She looked at Harry. You're ready. Almost, he said. What's missing? Harry thought about the book in the vault. About what Emery's had written, call the conclave. Make it count. Then go back to school. About the particular thing that was still unresolved, that had been unresolved since Ragnarok's first mention of the Merlin Compact and that Harry had been working toward without quite admitting it was the center of everything. Voss, he said. In the room. I need to know what he's going to argue, not just what he's filed, because the filings are the surface layer and the argument is underneath it. He's going to argue that stability is worth the cost, Fleur said, without hesitating. Harry looked at her. He genuinely believes it, she said. That's what makes him difficult. He is not purely corrupt, the fund is corrupt, the methods are corrupt, but the underlying conviction is real. He believes that a messy, imperfect, controllable order is better than an honest, chaotic, uncontrollable freedom. He has 43 years of evidence that he's managed the world without it collapsing. She paused. He will say, what you're offering is idealism. What I've maintained is survival. And the answer? Harry said. The answer, Fleur said, is that the world he's maintained has not survived for everyone equally, and the ones it hasn't survived for have not had a voice in deciding whether survival was worth the cost. She met his eyes. The conclave gives them a voice. That's the argument he can't refute, because refuting it requires saying openly that some people's survival doesn't count. And he won't say that. He believes it, but he won't say it. Harry sat with that. How do you know all this about him? Hermione asked Fleur. My grandmother worked for the ICW for 30 years, Fleur said. She met Voss many times. She wrote about him in a journal that I read when I was 12. She looked at her tea. She wrote, he is the kind of man who builds a cage and calls it a home and then is genuinely confused when the people inside it are not grateful. The kitchen was quiet. That's it, Harry said. That's the argument. What is? Hermione said. The cage, Harry said. The entire founding purpose of the ICW, Merlin's founding purpose, the thing the compact was built to protect, was that no magical government should be able to prey on its own people without consequence. Voss has spent 40 years ensuring that the ICW can't enforce that purpose by controlling the mechanisms that would enforce it. He paused. He hasn't just failed the founding purpose. He's built a system that actively prevents it from being fulfilled. That's not institutional drift. That's a specific, sustained betrayal of the compact's intent. Can you prove it? Hermione said. The fund is the proof, Harry said. Every payment in the fund document was made to kill a reform that would have strengthened accountability mechanisms. Every single one. When you put the full list in front of the room, the pattern is unmistakable. Then we put the full list in front of the room, Hermione said, and reached for her quill. The night before the conclave, Harry sat in his room at Grimmauld Place and did something he hadn't done in a very long time. He wrote a letter to his parents. Not to send, he was clear-eyed enough about death to know that letters didn't cross that particular distance. He wrote it because James had written to him, across 1,000 years of blood and magic, and he wanted to write back. He wrote it because the book in the vault had made them real in a way that required acknowledgement. He wrote, I don't know if I'm doing this right. I think I'm doing it in the right direction. There's a difference and I know you both knew it. He wrote, I have good people around me. Better than I deserve, probably, though Hermione would say deservingness is a methodologically flawed concept and she'd be right. He wrote, I wish you were here. I've been wishing that for 15 years and I think I'll be wishing it for the rest of my life and I've decided that's okay. The wishing means something. He wrote, tomorrow I do the thing. I'll tell you how it goes. He folded the letter and put it in the inner pocket of his robes, where it sat against his chest through the rest of that night and into the morning, which he thought was where letters to people you loved were supposed to sit. At 6 a.m, he came downstairs. Sirius was already in the kitchen, dressed, sitting at the table with his hands around a coffee mug and the particular expression of someone who hadn't slept but was very awake. He looked at Harry. James told me once, Sirius said, that the best thing about being brave is that you only have to decide to be it once. After that first decision, everything else is just execution. When did he say that? Harry asked. Night before the first time we faced something genuinely terrible, Sirius said. Which I'll tell you about when you're older. I'm not going to stop asking just because you say that. No, Sirius agreed. You're very much his son. He pushed a coffee across the table. Ready? Harry picked it up. Ready, he said. Outside, London was doing its 7 o'clock things, which were largely the same as its 6 o'clock things and would be largely the same as its 8 o'clock things, the ordinary machinery of a city that didn't know that in 3 hours, every magical government on the planet was going to walk into a bank and sit down in a room where a 16-year-old was about to tell them what they'd been getting wrong and offer to help them do it right. The rings were warm on his hand. The letter was warm against his chest. He drank his coffee. Then they went. Chapter 8, The architecture of after Gringotts on conclave morning was a different building. Not structurally, the marble steps were the same, the bronze doors were the same, the guards at the entrance were the same imperious pair who had never once looked at Harry as though his presence was unremarkable. But the quality of the air around it had changed, the way the air changes around a cathedral on a significant day, denser, more purposeful, aware of itself. Delegations had been arriving since 8. Harry stood at the top of the steps at 9:45 and watched the last of them come through the doors below. The West African Magical Council's senior representative, a tall woman in robes of deep indigo who moved with the unhurried authority of someone who had been fighting for this particular seat at this particular table for 22 years and intended to be present in every sense of the word when she took it. Fleur stood beside him. She'd insisted on being at the entrance, which Harry had understood immediately. Her presence, as a former Triwizard champion and the daughter of a French ministry attaché, was a message to arriving delegations that this was not a British event wearing international clothing. That mattered. Bulgarian delegation just came through, Fleur said quietly. Victor's with them. The 3 watch governments. All seated. The Nigerian and Kenyan representatives spoke in the corridor for about 4 minutes. I don't know what they said, but both of them looked purposeful when they finished. Good, Harry said. Voss is not here yet. He'll arrive at 10 exactly, Harry said. Not a minute before. How do you know? Because arriving before 10 means ceding any impression of reluctance, and arriving after 10 means the proceedings start without him, which he can't allow. He paused. He's very precise. Everything he does is timed. Fleur considered this. You've been thinking about him. For 2 weeks, Harry said. I know how he's going to open. I know what he's going to argue and in what order. I know the 3 moments where he'll try to shift the room's attention. And I'm going to let him make his argument, Harry said. All of it. Without interrupting. Fleur looked at him. That's unexpected. He spent 40 years not being heard out properly because he's always been the one controlling the room. Today he's not controlling the room. Harry looked at the last of the morning arrivals moving through the doors below. When someone has a genuine argument, even a wrong one, not letting them make it is how you create martyrs. Letting them make it completely, in front of everyone, and then answering it, that's how you close the argument permanently. Fleur was quiet for a moment. Your grandmother's grandmother was right about you, she said. Harry looked at her. She said something about me? She said the Emery's heir, when they came, would be someone who'd spent so long surviving things that they'd learned to think while surviving, which is the rarest combination. She paused. I may have paraphrased slightly. Harry looked at the doors. Tell me the paraphrase that isn't slightly. Fleur smiled, properly this time, the one that wasn't diplomatic or composed but just real. She said, someone who has been in enough darkness eventually learns to move in it without becoming it. That person is dangerous to people who rely on keeping others in the dark. Casimir Voss appeared at the foot of the marble steps at 9:59 and 40 seconds. Harry saw him for the first time in the flesh, and the first thing that struck him was how ordinary he looked. He'd been preparing for something more overtly formidable, but Voss was a compact man of apparent late middle age, silver-haired, dressed in robes that were impeccable without being ostentatious, with a face that was arranged in an expression of composed professional courtesy. He could have been any senior administrator at any institution in the world. He looked like someone who chaired meetings. His eyes, though. His eyes were the eyes of a person who had been the most intelligent person in every room they'd entered for 40 consecutive years and had stopped finding it interesting about a decade in and simply accepted it as the terms of their existence. Those eyes found Harry immediately, at the top of the steps, and the recognition in them was not surprise. It was assessment, rapid, thorough, filed. Then Voss climbed the steps, and Harry let him come. Lord Potter, Voss said, at the top. His English was perfect, accented in the indeterminate way of someone who had lived in enough places that origin had been smoothed out. "Grand Overseer," Harry said. "Thank you for coming." "I was unable to find grounds not to," Voss said, which was as close to honesty as Harry suspected the man operated in any opening exchange. "I know," Harry said. "Please, come in." He stepped back and gestured toward the doors, and Voss walked through them, and Harry followed, and behind them the bronze doors of Gringotts swung closed on the July morning. The main hall of Gringotts had been transformed. Not decorated, Ragnarok had been very clear that the goblins did not decorate for human events. But the space had been configured with the particular precision of an institution that took formal proceedings with absolute seriousness. The high teller counters were gone, moved, presumably, to wherever Gringotts kept things that needed temporary relocation, which Harry preferred not to think too hard about. In their place was a configuration of tables in a horseshoe, each government's name in formal script at its position, with the ICW administrative delegation at the center of the curve exactly as Fleur had suggested. At the open end of the horseshoe, a single table. Behind it, 3 chairs. Harry, Hermione, and Ragnarok. 47 governments in their seats when Harry walked in. The room had the sound of 47 sets of quiet conversation that all stopped within about 2 seconds of his entrance, which was the specific silence of a room deciding how to read a person. He walked to his table without hurrying. Sat down. Hermione was already there, her notes arranged with the precision of someone who had organized them the same way 3 times because the stakes were too high to leave anything to memory. Ragnarok settled into his chair at the right with the unruffled quality of a being who had been present at important moments for 2 centuries and had no more performance anxiety about them than a mountain had about weather. Voss took his seat in the ICW delegation's position, directly in Harry's line of sight, which meant Harry was directly in his. Several other ICW administrative officials settled around him, 5 in total, all of them impeccably turned out, all of them projecting the specific calm of people who had been briefed extensively and were confident in their position. Harry looked at them. Looked at the room. 47 governments. Victor's dark eyes from the Bulgarian position, steady and present. Delacour, distinguished and composed, the French minister beside him. The West African Council's senior representative, watching with that quality of someone present in every sense. Fleur, seated with the French delegation now, gave him one small nod. He thought about the letter in his inner pocket. He stood. "Thank you for coming," he said, and his voice carried without effort in the stone hall, not because he was projecting but because the room had good acoustics and he didn't need to fight them. Every government represented here made a choice to be in this room. I know some of those choices were easier than others. I know some of you came with significant reservations, and I want you to know that those reservations are part of what this conclave is for. He paused. The Merlin Compact gives me the right to convene this gathering when I believe the ICW has failed in its founding purpose. I want to be precise about that word, failed. I'm not using it to attack the institution or the people in it. I'm using it the way an engineer uses it when a system isn't doing the thing it was built to do. Failure in that sense is diagnostic. It tells you what needs fixing. He looked at the room. Nobody moved. The ICW was built to ensure that no magical government could prey on its own people without consequence. That is the founding purpose, verbatim, from the charter that every government in this room is signatory to. What I have brought to this conclave today is documentation that this purpose has not been fulfilled, not through institutional drift or lack of effort by many people working within the system, but through a specific, sustained, deliberate effort to prevent it from being fulfilled. He held up one hand. Before I present that documentation, I'm going to give the floor to Grand Overseer Voss. He has indicated he wishes to make procedural objections. I'd like him to make them now, in full, before we proceed. The room stirred, not loudly, just a collective recalibration. This was not what anyone had expected. Voss was still for a moment. Then he stood. And Harry sat. Voss spoke for 37 minutes. He was good. Harry had known he would be, but knowing it abstractly was different from sitting across a horseshoe table and watching it happen. The argument was layered, sophisticated, and delivered with the measured conviction of a man who had been making it internally for decades and had it completely worked out. He argued that the compact's invocation required the prior approval of a validation committee, the fabricated resolution, and that proceeding without it rendered everything that followed legally void. He argued that the audit request was a bad faith act designed to destabilize an institution that had, for better or worse, maintained international magical stability for over 300 years. He argued that stability was not a comfortable word but an essential one, that the alternative to imperfect controlled order was not improved justice but chaos, and that chaos historically distributed its costs to the least protected first. He argued that Lord Potter, for all the evident intelligence of his team and the validity of his estate claims, was 16 years old and acting from an idealism that the actual machinery of international governance would not accommodate. He argued this last point without condescension, which was the most effective version of the argument, because contempt would have been easy to dismiss and this wasn't contemptuous. It was, in its way, almost kind. He sounded like someone who had once been idealistic himself and remembered it with something close to fondness. He sat down. The room was quiet. Harry stood. "Thank you," he said, and he meant it. "The Grand Overseer has made his argument carefully and I want to address each point, because each one deserves a real answer." He looked at the ICW delegation. "The Validation Committee resolution. The one that purports to require my compact invocation to receive your office's approval before proceeding." He nodded to Hermione. Hermione stood and walked to the center of the horseshoe with a stack of documents that Goldthorn simultaneously distributed to every table. These are formal statements from 23 member governments confirming that they did not ratify any validation committee resolution before this conclave was called. 23 of the 36 that the Grand Overseer's documentation claims ratified it. She returned to her seat. A resolution that 36 governments apparently signed but 23 of them don't remember signing is not a resolution. It's a document. The distinction matters under Goblin contract law, which governs this proceeding. Ragnarok said, without preamble, the document is fabricated. Gringotts' authentication office confirmed this at 7 this morning. The 36 signatures use a standardized magical impression rather than individual governmental seals. The impression was generated from a single source. He placed his own document on the table. The source is the ICW Administrative Reserve Office. We have the generation record. Vassa's face did not change. This was, Harry thought, the most impressive thing about him, absolute control of surface. The audit, Harry said. The Grand Overseer argues it's bad faith. I'd like to put before this room what the audit was looking for, since the documentation now exists and the room should see it rather than hear me describe it. He nodded again. Delacour's 2 procedural experts stood and walked to the center of the horseshoe with the fund documentation. Luna's work, reproduced in 47 copies that Ragnarok's team had prepared overnight. 41 payments. 12 countries. 7 policy decisions or votes buried. Including, on the last page, where Hermione had placed it deliberately, the 1994 payment to Cornelius Fudge. The room read. It took about 4 minutes. The quality of the silence changed as each delegation reached different parts of the document, moving through recognition into something heavier and more specific. The Indian Magical Congress representative looked up when he reached the 1989 section. He looked at Voss. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. The Nigerian representative, who had had a 4-minute conversation with someone in the corridor that morning, turned to the final page and was still for a long moment. Harry gave them time. Then he said, the Grand Overseer argues that the alternative to imperfect controlled order is chaos, and that chaos costs the least protected first. He's right about that last part. He paused. That's exactly what's been happening. The people who have paid the cost of this imperfect controlled order are not the governments in this room. They're the people inside those governments who had no voice in the decisions that affected them most. The people whose reform proposals were buried by payments made from money their own governments contributed to the ICW. The people living under magical governments that couldn't be held accountable because the accountability mechanisms were controlled by someone who used them to maintain his position rather than to enforce the founding purpose. He looked directly at Voss. "The founding purpose," Harry said. "Not my interpretation of it. The verbatim text, which is in every copy of the founding charter in front of you, no magical government should prey on its own people without consequence. The fund documentation demonstrates that this purpose was not merely unfulfilled but actively prevented from being fulfilled. That is not institutional drift. That is a specific betrayal of what every person in this room agreed to when their government signed the charter." He sat down. The room was so quiet that you could hear the gas lamps. Then the West African senior representative raised her hand. "Point of response," she said, in the precise English she'd mastered as her fourth language. Ragnarok acknowledged her. She stood. She was 73 years old and she stood like someone who had been preparing to stand in this specific room for 22 years. "The 1989 proposal," she said. "The one buried by 3 committee payments from this fund. My government submitted that proposal. Equal voting weight for smaller member governments. I was in my first year at the ICW when it was killed in committee." She held up her copy of the fund document. "The 3 committee members who voted against it received, between them, 127,000 galleons within 18 months of that vote." She looked at Voss. "I would like to know, Grand Overseer, whether you authorized those payments." Voss said, "The fund's administration, I'm not asking about the fund's administration structure," she said, and her voice was not raised, which made it more effective. "I'm asking whether you authorized those payments. Yes or no?" The room watched Voss. Voss looked at the table for a moment. When he looked up, something had shifted in his face, not cracked, exactly, but moved, like the surface of something very solid that has encountered, for the first time, a force equal to its own. "The fund was established to protect institutional stability," he said. "That is not yes or no," she said. He said nothing. She sat down. Victor stood immediately from the Bulgarian delegation. "The border ward payments," he said. "The maintenance costs Bulgaria has borne for 3 centuries because the ICW's management of the Slytherin estate obligations ensured the schematics were never released. Bulgaria has spent 11 million galleons in the past century maintaining ward frameworks it doesn't understand. I would like to know whether the ICW's administrative office was aware that the schematics existed." One of Voss's administrative officials moved very slightly in his chair. "The estate documentation," Victor said, "was in the ICW's archive. I know this because I have retrieved copies of the archive access records from 1963, which show the Slytherin Vault inventory being reviewed by the ICW's Administrative Research Office." He held up the documents Victor's contact had pulled. "In 1963. 33 years ago. The schematics were in the inventory. The ICW knew they existed." He sat down. "They told nobody." The room's temperature had changed. Voss said, "The ICW's mandate does not require disclosure of private estate documentation, the founding charter's Article 9, Hermione said, from her seat, in the clear voice of someone who had read every word of the relevant documents multiple times and was very confident in this one, requires the ICW to disclose any information in its possession that materially affects the welfare or security of member governments' territories. The border ward schematics directly affected the security of Bulgaria, Romania, Greece, and Serbia. Their non-disclosure was a violation of Article 9. She paused. 33 years of violation. The Romanian representative, who had been silent until this point, said something in Romanian to the Bulgarian representative. Victor listened, nodded, and said to the room, "Romania confirms the same documentation gap in their border security records." And then the room opened up. Not in chaos, in the specific, controlled way of people who have been waiting for permission to speak and have finally received it. Government after government. The Pacific Territorial Dispute. The West African Educational Resolutions. 3 Caribbean governments that had been operating under ICW trade sanctions they'd never understood the basis for. A small Nordic confederation with an objection to a 1978 cultural heritage ruling that had been systematically ignored for 20 years. Harry sat and listened. He had planned this too, not the specific content of what each government would raise, but the structure that allowed them to raise it. The conclave was not a courtroom. It wasn't a trial of Voss, or a dismantling of the ICW, or a tribunal of any kind. It was a room where every magical government on the planet could finally say, in front of everyone, what the founding purpose of their collective institution had failed to do for them. Once that had happened, once it was on the record, in front of witnesses, documented by Goldthorn's endlessly moving quill in the permanent Goblin archive, it could not be unmade. Voss sat through it. He sat through 40 minutes of it, delegations speaking, Ragnarok acknowledging, the record growing. His face was controlled throughout, but Harry watched the thing that his face was controlling, which was the particular quality of a man confronting, for the first time in a long time, the full scope of the consequences of choices he'd made with absolute conviction over a long lifetime. He wasn't a monster. Harry had known that since Fleur's description. He was something harder to deal with than a monster, a person who had genuinely believed that what he was building was worth the cost, and who was sitting in a room full of 47 governments proving, through their own mouths, that the cost had been paid by people who never agreed to pay it. Harry let him sit in it. Then he said, "Grand Overseer." Voss looked at him. "I want to ask you a question, and I want to ask it in front of everyone, because the answer belongs to everyone in this room and not just to us." Voss said nothing, which was assent. "The founding purpose," Harry said. "Do you believe in it?" The room was very still. "Of course," Voss said, and the word had genuine weight in it, which was the most complicated thing Harry had heard all day. "Then the problem isn't the purpose," Harry said. "The problem is that you decided the best way to protect the purpose was to prevent anyone else from being able to challenge your interpretation of it. And 40 years ago that might have even been an honest belief. But what it built was a structure where the purpose couldn't be questioned, and a purpose that can't be questioned can't be fulfilled, it can only be performed." He paused. "You've been performing it for 40 years and calling the performance the thing." Voss was quiet for a long time. "What is it you're proposing?" he said, finally, and it was, not a capitulation, not an apology, but it was a question, and a question was different from everything that had come before it. "Structural reform," Harry said. "The validation committee resolution is void. The audit proceeds. The fund documentation is entered into the permanent ICW record. Every decision the fund influenced is reviewed by a panel of member governments with documented independence from the administrative office." He leaned forward slightly. "The Grand Overseer position is restructured. Not abolished, the ICW needs administration. But the discretionary powers that one person has held without oversight are distributed. Financial decisions above a threshold require member government approval. Enforcement actions require independent review. The Administrative Reserve Fund is audited annually by Gringotts under Goblin financial law, not by the ICW's own office." He looked at the room. "And the founding purpose becomes enforceable," he said. "Not through the administrative office's discretion, but through a standing committee with rotating membership from across the 47 governments, with a clear mandate, a defined process, and, critically, a direct line to this body for accountability." He sat back. "That's the offer," he said. "Not a punishment. A structure that actually does what you all signed up for." The room absorbed it. Voss said, very carefully, "You're not asking for power." "I'm asking for the thing to work," Harry said. "That's all I've been asking for since I walked into Gringotts 2 weeks ago." Voss looked at the table. At his hands. At something that wasn't in the room but that Harry suspected was the last 43 years of his life, examined in sudden and very clear light. "The reforms," Voss said. "They would require a charter amendment. A charter amendment requires 34-member government votes. Yes, Harry said. Do you have 34? Harry looked at the room. At Victor, who gave him a single nod. At Delacour, who was already nodding. At the West African representative, who had been nodding since the second item on the agenda and was not stopping. At the three watch governments, two of whose representatives met his eyes. Call the vote, Harry said to Ragnarok, and we'll find out. The vote was 41-6. The six were the three watch governments, Voss's ICW administrative delegation, and two small European territories that Harry had genuinely not managed to reach before the conclave. He wasn't angry about the six. 41 was 41. Ragnarok recorded it. The charter amendment was entered into the permanent goblin record at 2:17 in the afternoon, which made it binding under international magical law before the sun had moved any further than mid-afternoon. The room erupted, not in chaos, not in celebration exactly, but in the specific noise of 41 governments all beginning simultaneously the conversations they'd been waiting to have, the ones about what this meant for their specific situation, the ones that were going to take months and years to fully work out but that had to begin somewhere. Harry sat at his table through it. Hermione, beside him, was writing, had been writing since the vote closed, because Hermione was already in the next phase, the implementation framework, the structural details that turned a charter amendment from a document into a reality. She would be writing, Harry suspected, until midnight. He found this enormously reassuring. Ragnarok leaned over and said, quietly, the reforms will require a transitional administrator. Someone with experience in international magical governance who is not associated with the current administrative structure. Amelia Bones has international experience, Harry said. She is the British minister, Ragnarok said. She's been the British minister for 2 weeks, Harry said. The British ministry has an established deputy minister structure. If Bones agrees to lead the transitional ICW administration for a defined period, 2 years, perhaps, with a clear mandate, it's exactly the kind of role that needs exactly the kind of person. She will not be easy to persuade. I know, Harry said. I'll ask Neville to help. She listens to Neville. Does she? She listens to sincerity, Harry said. Neville is very sincere. Ragnarok made a sound that was a goblin's version of a laugh, which was enough of a sound that you knew it had happened without it being something you could fully describe. Voss appeared at Harry's table. He stood across from it, not sitting, not aggressive, just present. His administrative officials were behind him at a respectful distance. His face had done something in the past 2 hours that hadn't fully resolved yet. The structural reforms, Voss said. The Standing Enforcement Committee. Yes, Harry said. Its first cases, Voss said, will likely include a review of actions taken by this office during my tenure. Probably, Harry said. I know that, Voss said. I am telling you I know that. Harry looked at him steadily. What are you telling me, Grand Overseer? Voss was quiet for a moment. That I will not obstruct the review, he said. That is all I can offer. Not an admission, not an apology, I am not prepared to perform either of those things for a room full of people. But I will not obstruct. Harry thought about what Fleur's grandmother had written. Someone who builds a cage and calls it a home and is genuinely confused when the people inside it are not grateful. He thought, he's not confused anymore. That's enough, Harry said. For now. Voss nodded once, the same kind of nod Malfoy had given in the ministry corridor, the chess player's acknowledgement, and walked back to his delegation. Afterward was a long word. It covered the rest of that day, which was consumed by the specific machinery of 41 governments all having things to say and needing to say them through official channels, and Ragnarok's team processing an unprecedented volume of formal documentation, and Hermione producing a 12-page implementation framework that Delacour's procedural experts read and annotated with the enthusiasm of people who have been waiting for exactly this kind of document for years. It covered the Wizengamot domestic session, which Neville messaged about at 4:30, Azkaban reform past 28-12. Dementor Relocation 26-13. Gran is extremely pleased with herself. How did it go there? Harry wrote back, 41-6. Come to Gringotts when you're done. 3 minutes later, on my way. Bringing Gran. I hope that's okay. She insisted. Harry looked at Sirius, who was reading over his shoulder. Augusta Longbottom is coming. I'll put the kettle on, Sirius said, which was the most domestically reasonable thing Harry had ever heard him say. It covered Victor pulling Harry aside in the Gringotts corridor and saying, very quietly, the regional consortium. The Slytherin schematics. Romania's representative wants to discuss it formally. I told him I would arrange the introduction. Wednesday? Harry said. Wednesday, Victor confirmed. And then, after a pause, you should feel good about today. I feel tired, Harry said honestly. That's what feeling good looks like after something this hard, Victor said. It covered Fleur catching Harry near the entrance as delegations were beginning to leave, and saying, my father wants to know if you'll come to dinner next week. He has 6 more governments he'd like to introduce you to. Tell him yes, Harry said. And Fleur, he paused. Thank you. The floor plan was the right call. The seating arrangement specifically. She looked at him. I know, she said simply. So did you, when I said it. It covered Dumbledore, who appeared near the end of the afternoon with the quiet manner of someone who had been in the building for hours without making his presence known, which, Harry suspected, was deliberate, and which he decided to accept as the form of respect it was intended as. 6 calls, Dumbledore said. The West African Council, specifically, was very ready to be called. I know, Harry said. She was extraordinary. She has been waiting for a room that would hear her for 22 years, Dumbledore said. You built the room. He paused, and his voice had the quality it had had on the Hogwarts grounds, tired and genuine simultaneously. Your mother would have found it very logical, he said. Your father would have found it very satisfying and tried not to show how much. He paused again. And Sirius would have been insufferable for a week. He told me that too, Harry said. Dumbledore smiled, not the grand, twinkling version, but something smaller and more real. I imagine he did. It covered Malfoy's letter, which arrived by Gringotts courier at 6 and which said, the intelligence about the strike timing was accurate. I have updated information suggesting the timeline has changed, not accelerated further, but reconfigured. The 3 targeted government heads are now less likely targets than they were. Something has shifted in the planning. I believe today's events have been communicated to him and the calculation has changed. I will continue to monitor and report. Harry read this and thought, he's pulling back because the ministry has changed, because the ICW has changed, because the landscape he was planning to exploit is not the same landscape. Not gone. Not defeated. But operating with less certainty, which for Voldemort was a different kind of problem than the kind Harry usually gave him. He thought, the conclave bought time. Not safety, time. The difference matters. He wrote it down, because Hermione had told him twice to write things down rather than keeping them in his head where they could turn into anxiety instead of information. At 7 in the evening, the last of the delegations had left. Gringotts was not empty, it was never empty, but the main hall had been restored to its standard configuration with a speed that suggested the goblins had been waiting impatiently to have their space back, which Harry appreciated because it felt honest. He stood in the entrance hall with Sirius, Hermione, Remus, Neville, and Luna, who had appeared at some point in the afternoon without announcing herself, and Fleur, who was staying for whatever came next, and Augusta Longbottom, who had arrived with Neville and had spent 30 minutes talking to Ragnarok about the mechanics of the Dementor relocation before anyone realized they were in conversation, and by that point it was too clearly productive to interrupt. The hall was very quiet. The gas lamps burned steady gold. Somewhere in the building, Goldthorn was still writing. Hermione said, we have to go back to school in 4 weeks. I know, Harry said. The implementation framework needs to be managed over the next 2 years from somewhere. Bones for the ICW transitional role, Harry said. The domestic Wisengamot business, Neville and Augusta. The regional consortium, Victor's coordinating. Delacour's handling the continental connections. Luna's, he looked at her. Watching everything, Luna said pleasantly. Luna's watching everything, Harry agreed. And us? Hermione said. We go back to school, Harry said. We do our newts. We live there for 2 years and study things and eat dinner and complain about homework. He paused. And we deal with Voldemort, which is still the largest unfinished item and which is going to require everything we've built. But not today, Remus said. Not today, Harry agreed. Sirius put his arm around Harry's shoulders, just briefly, the way he did when there wasn't time or vocabulary for everything he wanted to say and a physical gesture had to cover the gap. One more thing, Neville said, and his voice had something in it that made everyone look at him. He was holding a letter. It came this afternoon, during the Wisengamot session. I didn't want to interrupt. He passed it to Harry. The envelope was ordinary, standard ministry seal, but the handwriting was Percy Weasley's. Harry opened it. Harry, I have claimed the Weasley family Wisengamot seat. I'm aware this is somewhat late and that my choices over the past year have not been ones I'm proud of. I'm not asking you to forgive anything. I'm asking if there's work to be done. There's always work to be done when things are being fixed, and I am, whatever else, very good at work. Percy W. Harry read it twice. Then he handed it to Hermione, who read it and passed it to Remus, who read it and passed it along the chain until Luna had read it and held it. Yes, Harry said, to the letter rather than to any specific person. There's work to be done. He put the letter in his pocket. Beside the other one, the one he'd written the night before to his parents, that he hadn't taken out all day, that had been there through the entire conclave pressing warm against his chest. He'd tell them how it went. He thought they probably already knew. They walked out through the bronze doors into a London evening that was doing what London evenings in July did, warm and golden and entirely unaware of itself, the city carrying on its ordinary business with its characteristic magnificent indifference to the extraordinary things happening within it. The steps of Gringotts were empty. Diagon Alley below was doing its evening things, families, shops, the Owl Emporium with its window displays, a warlock arguing with a broom salesman about something that probably didn't matter at all. Harry stood at the top of the steps and looked at it. He thought about the letter on his pillow. About Ragnarok's face when he'd seen the seal. About the vault and the plinth and the 4 rings that had been waiting for longer than he'd been alive. About Sirius's laugh in the conference room on the first day. About Hermione on the walls of room 3. About Neville standing in the Longbottom seat saying I'd like to put forward a motion. About Fleur's grandmother's words and Victor's 3 sentences and Delacour's careful diplomacy and Luna watching everything and saying nothing until it mattered and then saying exactly the right thing. He thought about 41-6. He thought about the letter in his pocket and what Emery's had written at the end, call the conclave. Make it count. Then go back to school. You still have 2 years left and you've missed enough. He looked at his right hand. 4 rings. 4 names. One person who was, still, underneath all of it, through all of it, in spite of and because of everything, just himself. All right, Harry said, to nobody in particular and to everyone who wasn't there and to the 4 people who'd written a book in a vault and left it for him to find. He walked down the steps. The others came with him, Sirius on his left, Hermione on his right, Remus and Neville and Luna and Fleur behind, the particular configuration of people who had chosen, each in their own way, to be part of this specific story and not any other. London moved around them. The world, both of them, the ordinary one and the extraordinary one living in its shadow, continued its business. And somewhere deep in Gringotts, 7 floors below the marble steps and the bronze doors and the July evening, a vault sat quietly in the dark, its shelves holding the accumulated weight of 4 houses and 1,000 years of legacy, warm and patient and finished at last with its waiting. The rings knew the world was not fixed. They knew it would take years, the proper trials, the Dementor relocation, the enforcement committee's first cases, the regional consortium, the slow careful work of making 41 votes into 41 functioning realities. They knew Voldemort was still out there, rebuilding his timeline, recalculating his approach, and that the confrontation that had always been coming had not been prevented by a conclave, only better prepared for. They knew all of that. But they also knew what had been done today, which was a thing that couldn't be undone, a room full of the world's magical government saying, out loud, in front of witnesses, that the founding purpose mattered, and voting on the record to make it real, and meaning it, or at least meaning it enough. The rings were warm. They had been waiting for 1,043 years. They could afford to feel, for one July evening, that the waiting had been worth it.